Hello, welcome back to the 2021 World Orienteering Championships here from the Czech Republic, and we've moved terrains again today into the fantastic sandstone cliff areas, and all the teams I know are really excited to finally get to run in this terrain. Should be a lot of fun. Hopefully we'll see a lot of great navigation, some bit of drama as well. That's what we like to see. Well, Sweden are the defending champions in both the women's and the men's. We're going to start off with the women's today, and Tove Alexandersson is in the team. In fact, she's the only one from last time's winning team who has been selected again, but and with her running so fast, surely Sweden are the favourites today in the women's class. But there are lots of other teams who've had strong runs, particularly in the middle distance on Tuesday, who could well feature again today. We're in this arena here, and there's lots of chance for all the spectators who've managed to get tickets to come and watch and come and cheer on their teams. But Jonas is here. Let's have a little look at some of the terrain and think about what are the challenges here in this relay today.
Yeah, it's quite different from what we have seen in the middle distance. It's, as you mentioned, much more stony. We have these big cliffs. It's a narrow bit of terrain we are in today. The course will be quite a zigzag. We will see that later on. Many forkings. I think it will be a spectacular race.
Yeah, I really hope it's going to be a spectacular race. And this is, I think, really the terrain that a lot of the runners are just so excited to be running in, and have been talking about it ever since it was announced that the World Championships were coming to this part of the Czech Republic.
Yeah, I mean, it's very special with these high cliffs and the narrow parts in between. You really have to find your way between the stones. Sometimes it's like a labyrinth, so you have to. It's a very special kind of orienteering, and you don't have so many areas where you can find this kind of orienteering. So that's why everyone was looking forward to this race today and the race tomorrow as well.
Yeah, exactly. Here we can see kind of what it's like out there in the terrain, a mixture of kind of some areas of blueberries, some areas very white and extremely runnable. As we can get some kind of these views down on these cliffs, and you've got to try and find the little kind of gaps between them. But we were here at the end of 2018 for the World Cup final in similar terrain, so a lot of the runners will have been used to doing that. But let's have a little look then at the map. So we will see all the forkings as well here. Jonas, do you want to talk us through it?
Mm-hmm. As we see, it's quite a narrow map. It's not a very big area. We have many forkings. The first leg is quite a long one. There's actually a chance to run through the village to the north if you have the blue option here. Second and third one are common controls. Then they split up again. This is an artificial forbidden area, so it's just put in there to make it more interesting, and the route choice to control 4. Then they split up again. This is what they call false common control there at 6 and 7, because 2 options will have the same first control and then split up at the second control. So the forking will be over 2 or 3 controls. 9 to 10, another common leg, a long one. Then we'll go back to the arena and the arena passage. All of the legs will have an arena passage here, and then the last loop forked again. It's only 2 forkings here, because on the last leg we won't have any forkings on the last loop, as it is at almost every World Championships.
Yep, so that's the course, as you can see, just zigzagging backwards and forwards, up and down the hills in this quite narrow little bit of forest. They will know, they know where the arena is. They'll have kind of been able to look at the old maps and guess where they think the course might head roughly. But let's have a little bit more of a look in at some of the options, and maybe use this to highlight some of the techniques that they'll have to use on today's course. So of course we have that mass start, and then the long leg out to control number 1. A few choices there. Common control 2 to 3, and then we're going to have a look at this choice here from 3 to 4. We've got this out of bounds area that they've made, but here it's kind of down and up or round.
And especially if you have the orange option to control 4, it is actually a possibility to run around. I don't think they will do it on the purple and the blue option. There it's more straight, but if you have the orange one, it can be a good idea to avoid the climbing there. And also, I mean, it's much easier to run around. The technical part is less demanding there. It's a bit more just running, and maybe you can put down some of your nervousity out there and to this control if you run around.
Yeah, so this is what it's like if you do run around, and you can head all the way out to this big track here. Running is obviously very good, and this is what it's like climbing up these really steep slopes if you take a more direct route and into the control itself.
And as you can see, the runnability is really good here in this terrain. It's totally different to the middle distance, where we had it some parts quite rough and dense. Here it's very open. Something that's special here, to many of the forkings, you can actually run really many options when it comes to the micro route choice. I think this will lead to that the runners will choose the same way to the controls. It's a possibility to keep together for a quite long time, and then just before the control you have to be ready, because you don't know if it's a forking or not, and it might be the case that they in the very late moment of the leg will notice, okay, this is a forking, I have to go to the right, or I have to continue the direction I am at the moment. So here you can see, for example, 13, 14, you have 5 illustrated options. If you take the blue one or the green one, you can keep together for a long time, but of course here you don't know if it's a forking or not, so it might split up or not. You have to be ready all the time.
Yeah, you do have to be ready all the time, and just seeing there's 5 different routes marked there shows just how many different kind of micro route choices there are. It really highlights that. This is what one of the small gaps you can see marked between these crags. You can just about fit through them. Really, really narrow, but passable. So, you know, of course they are marked on the map there, and just you can see descending in the re-entrant to the control there, the penultimate control before they head back into the finish. So yeah, and there's a lot of potentially animal tracks below some of the crags that they can use to kind of make a decision about which way they go. So let's have a look at the start list. The numbers today correspond to their result 2 years ago in Norway. So Sweden are the defending champions, with Switzerland in second. I remember a great kind of head-to-head race at the very end of that relay between Caroline Olsen and Julia Jakob. That was really, really great. And we've got quite a few teams lining up here. But we've spoken a lot about Sweden. Who are the other contenders, do you think?
Well, I mean, we have had the fight between Sweden and Switzerland 2 years ago. I think it will be about the same. Switzerland for me is one of the favorites as well. Maybe the biggest favorite still Sweden, because we have seen Tove Alexandersson this week. She's just so strong. Then I would also call in Norway and the Czech Republic as favorites, at least for the medals. I think they will. I mean, if it will, it's hard to say how the race will develop. If they can stay in the race for a longer time, they're for sure. I mean, yeah, they have a chance to win a medal and maybe even the gold medal.
Yeah, well, you never know what's going to happen. Here's the team from the Czech Republic with Adela Indrakova starting. They have 2 in the top 10 from the middle distance, and Jana Knapova looked like she was racing for a medal there, but it wasn't for her missed punch. So potentially, 3 in the top 10 from the middle distance. That is really, really strong. The same to the Norwegians. They had 2 in the top 4, and Maria Larsen 11th, which is also very, very good. That's where I think the Norwegian team for me looks very, very strong, and are particular kind of favourites there. So they're all lining up on the start line to check first part of the race. They've got a little bit of a run out of the arena and a bit of a taped route before it's to the first control, but here we go. They are off and out on this first leg of the women's relay here at the World Championships. And yeah, as you can see, quite a long run out here. See the Swiss team already up there. Venhai for the Finnish team up there too. Grace Malloy is taking it out for the British team. Gone, headed out towards the front of the pack, and yeah, there is quite a long run out here. They've got some decisions to make potentially on the way to control number one. But do you think they're going to try and stick together, or do you think they'll split up on this long route choice to number one?
Well, it is quite a long run out, so maybe one of the runners will see the option through the village and take it. I doubt it. I think they will stay together and go straight in the forest and then split up quite late towards the first control.
Well, we will be able to see that. We will, but they're still on their run out. Eleanor Ross has managed to kind of take the initiative, and she really is going to be the one making the decisions. Everybody else following behind. Swedes there in third place, and the neutral team in fifth currently. And they just kind of head out on this little track, and here's the start control of this. From this point, we've got to see what they're going to do. It'll be interesting to see where people go from here. Quite a lot turning right and heading down, I think. Yeah, and they have split up. Most of them, I think, heading down towards the village, I would guess. Yeah.
Interesting, because I think it's a good option, but not on all three of the controls. I would have guessed that it's good for one of them. But of course, I mean, the runners, they know that usually the first control is forked, so the attention level is quite high here. It's not a surprise that they will split up. Everyone is ready for that. Maybe the only part in the race where you really expect it to be forked.
Yeah, and they have, as you can see...
This is a big group. Yeah, many of them will go down. I think for the green one, for the C option, it's good to go down, because then you can go all the way around, attack the control from behind there. For A, I think it's too much climbing. I mean, you go down and up again. It's quite a long way to go. See there that Switzerland is B, Great Britain B. Well, sorry, the neutral team seems to have C. They go straight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Finland, I think, has gone straight as well. So I think there's only 4 teams. They must all have GPS, surely, and I think there's 4 teams there who have gone straight. So I think this will be the first real test of what is right on this leg particularly.
Sweden has A, so they go around anyway. But they have to climb. I mean, they have to climb 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 meters up there.
But they have this whole section here of quick running. It is a little bit greener in this part of the forest. I think when you get out a bit more to the western part of this forest, then it gets it's whiter. I think the greener parts are really on this eastern part in a lot of the valleys as well.
And I mean, in the beginning of a race, it's quite convenient to be able to run on a path for a long time. You can just run. You're not as nervous because you have some meters to check the distance, to get onto the map, get into the map reading. Even if you just see a few buildings, it's always good to check them off and get kind of used to the map here. But
and how much do you think, and they'll also be able to get a chance to kind of read ahead and look, more of a chance, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at if you take away the forkings on your map, and your own map here, then you see there you have many short controls. There's no really long leg. So if you just take a look as an individual runner onto the map, that's more or less the information you get out, and usually you don't read more than 2-3 controls ahead, especially not if you have to be focused on the first control, because the first control is so important here in the relay.
Yeah, it is. So let's have a look. We've lost some of the GPS tracking of those who have gone around the path. As we'll I think they'll come in and out of GPS coverage as they're. I think sometimes when they're kind of hidden in some of the valleys, so it'll be interesting to see. But Finland and Sweden both have A, and it looks like it's a slightly better route there going straight. Finland looks like they've punched that just slightly earlier. A really, really great start from the Estonian team. Annika Riemer there. I think she had a good leg on the sprint relay team as well. So a good start there. Just looking now at the neutral team, are they going to get the 1C properly?
Bit off direction there, would have been good to continue on this spur towards control. But I think that she has control over the situation. Maybe.
I think she has control now over the situation going back up. And you can
the
see a lot
runners.
of the runners coming down the hill, exactly. Really gives you that chance. And I think you can see a lot of those who've got B and have got A are kind of staying quite high at this point. Maybe trying to kind of come between, or they've either maybe going to come between the two crags, like kind of two levels of crags, or they're going to go around the top. We'll wait and see. But those certainly who've got C are going much straighter to the line, much closer to the line.
If you have the A control, there's an option to go straight south and round all the cliffs, run all the way around there. That's at least what the course setter said. I think all of them are going in, or many of them are going something in between there.
And what they did say is that they were going to try and make the forkings, they think they're quite even forkings, at least not too bad. But then this control number 2 is actually at the top of the crag. The control description is on some open land. So especially those coming from C, they have to realise that they've got to get all the way up to the top. If you can see some of them making their way up here. And it's on, yeah, you can see they've come up. Everybody has come up east, with a lot of those really staying high and staying all the way around the top of this section. The Norwegian team at the moment quite far back, I'd say. I wonder if there was a mistake there from Maria Larsen. And we're just going to wait for the top teams to punch the second control. Yeah. So great start for Switzerland.
So
Sweden's still there as well. Estonia, Czech Republic, and Finland, I think.
Yes.
Britain there. So that seems to be a bit of a group. That about 6 teams, I think. So the French and the Danish teams there. And this is the third control, very short one over here between 2 and 3. And this is a common one, although of course they're not going to realise it. And then they've got some choices to make. So we can see they're really all reading their map very closely. Eleanor Ross maybe, and in fact, not really many of them at all have decided their routes through. Maybe Ben Lahayu has. She's looks to be the kind of have the best flow through that control, because you've got to go around this artificial out of bounds area. The course setters and planners have particularly put this in to make this leg more tricky. So you've got to find, are you going to stick again all the way around the top? Maybe you would do that if you have the westernmost control. Are you going to try and drop down and back up again? You've got to find the ways down the slope if you're going to do that between all of the crags as well. But yeah, it definitely seems like a few groups forming. But this is kind of a surprise to see Norway so far back at this point. Again, I wonder if there was a small mistake there.
We don't have the time gaps here. I would guess that it was about a minute. So not a very good start for the Norwegian team.
And I guess not too much difference between the routes to control number 1, I'd guess.
No, I think it was quite good. And now, I mean, if you run around, they might have to push a bit harder. But of course, it was on a path, so it was quite good. it's a good thing to go around, it seems, especially on the first leg. Here we see the Norwegian team going a bit too high up there towards the second control.
But the Norwegian team's already quite far behind, even just going up the hill to control number 1. So that's quite a surprise for me. And you can see, yeah, a lot of the teams are dropping down to the bottom of this big valley here.
And that's something I mentioned in the beginning. Even if we have a forking here, there's so many different possibilities of micro route choices, or like the route choices. You can split up on them, even if you go to the same control. But this makes it, of course, more difficult to see if you have a forking or not. So I mean, now we have almost everyone together, and they have no idea if the next control is forked or not, because everyone is just around.
Yeah, so you could run like 80% of the leg together with somebody else. It's only for the last 20% of that leg that you're going to go a different route, because but you've got to make sure that you are very confident in the route that you're taking. That's particularly key.
I mean, if you look at Estonia, for example, they would need to go a bit more to the right. Czech Republic they would need to go a bit more to the left. Now they actually heading towards a strange direction there. I don't really know what she's doing. Soon coming down to the out of bounds area. That's not good.
No,
she's not going in there. I don't know where she thinks she is to do so. Anyway, I mean, that's quite a big mistake there.
Yeah.
She will...
Well, unless the GPS is really off, but like...
But it wasn't before. So that would be quite strange. Maybe she totally lost contact to the map and thinks that she is in a total different part of the leg.
It's hard to know if you're on that kind of curve of the slope. There's not really any features to know exactly where along it you are. But just to the west, you've got loads of crags, so you should be able to tell.
And I mean, she ran down.
That you're east of the control anyway.
She ran down in this quite big valley where you more or less should know where you are. So that was kind of a strange thing. Maybe we'll see a replay later on and see what really happened.
Okay, well, here's some of the teams climbing up to control number 4. A lot more blueberries in this part.
And Switzerland.
It's a control.
Control 5. Elena Roos and Venla Harju together, and it's already kind of a gap here. I mean, they had the shortest option at control 4, so it's not a big surprise that they are in the lead here. If you had the one most to the right there, to the east, it was longer because you had to round the forbidden area and then run back again. Sweden, Estonia, Great Britain, France, then we have Denmark.
Denmark is in picture. Is that Austria?
Austria, maybe.
With the stripes on the legs? Yes, it was.
Indeed. Here's Norway.
There's Norway. Okay.
Let's see where Czech Republic is. They should be quite far behind here. There she is. She is, yeah.
But to have been in with that kind of leading pack and now a minute 14 behind, that is quite a lot of time lost on that control. But Norway, I think, have caught up a little bit in that section. Let's have another look.
So here we have Drakova and Risby. They have the same option. They should go to the blue control E. Down here. I mean, here she totally should know where she is. Maybe she thought that she came came out more to the left into the valley, climbing up on the top of the hill there, but still it's strange.
That is
but
strange.
in the
I
end,
don't know whether that... I would guess that area is also marked in the terrain as well. So that you just... If you know you're running along the edge of the out of bounds, then... Yeah,
at least it's on the map. It's printed as it. Yeah, it should be marked. The way it's printed on the map, all the way down to
and
the
for
open
the
area
amount of out of bounds areas that have also already been marked in this competition, they've been really good at taping loads of stuff. So I would also be really surprised if it was not taped out in the forest as well. So, I mean, well, this is what happens on relays. You see a very easy mistake, but when there's a lot of pressure on and you've got all the teams around you, it's very easy to make those mistakes.
And this control 6-7, that's one of these false common controls, because you see the blue and the green option, they have the same first control, but then they will split up to the 7th control. So if you notice towards control 6 that it's splitting up, you might think it's only 2 forkings there, everyone has the same control all the way to control 7, but then it will split up at control 7. That's why they call it the false common control.
Yeah, and so some of those teams in that group have got L, but Switzerland they've got K, so they've already punched their control 6.
Exactly, and now
You
she
see it kind of breaking off now.
Yeah, she has to break off there. So well done. First I thought it might be a bit late, but it's hard to get up to the next hill because of the cliffs and the forbidden area. So she had to follow all the way there and then split up there. But that's what I meant before. It's quite tricky to find the right moment to get away from the group if you're the only one having to go another way. It's tempting
but that control is so far away from the one that Eleanor Ross has that she will know the others have, as soon as the others go differently, like she'll be in control of the way that she's going and actually know that the others have all got the same, and then now suddenly she is running all the way by herself at this point.
Yeah, but of course, I guess that when she's running in the group, she starts to think, now I soon have to go to the left. Now I soon have to go to the left, and then 5 meters later, soon have to go to the left. No one else is going there, and then, okay, now I really have to go. So she might have stayed a few meters longer on the way towards control L or M than she actually would have needed. But, I mean, she did it very good here.
Yeah. Very few of the chasing teams had K, so it's going to be interesting to see how much Eleanor Ross's lead is a result of the forking, or how much is a result of just her having a great run, which it seems, she was leading through a couple of camera points. So, but of course, we're only going to find out really at the very end when they've all done all the possible forkings that. And they'll all have done the same controls, the same distance. But certainly, great start for Eleanor Ross. And Norway is back up there as well. So, yeah.
That's very well done. She was like a minute behind. She kept calm, worked her way up to the leading group again.
And we've got a lot of these kind of micro route choices here. We could see the Swiss team, Eleanor Ross, heading kind of more direct. Then it looks like Finland, the neutral team, British team, kind of contouring round at a slightly lower level. Sweden going like slightly more kind of over the top of the hill to head into control M. And you've really got to be careful at this point to check your codes, get the right control, because these two are very, very close, of course. but I think, yeah, the GPS is not wholly accurate at this point because we can see a lot of them are kind of turning around. It almost looks like they haven't punched control M.
Let me see if France actually had M,
Ooh.
now heading back. I don't know. It seems as if she has not really control over the situation because she was almost there at her control. Now we are waiting for Elena Rose. Here she comes.
And yes, she's completely alone in the forest at this point. Great.
It looks very good, very distinct to this control here.
Yep, control 8. I think she climbs up towards the top of this hill.
Checking the number of the control there.
Yep, always good, especially if you are leading.
Yeah, especially in the relay, you really have to do it.
Especially in the relay. Yes,
I mean,
because it's not...
If you take a look at the map and see how many controls that there are out there, it's very important to check the numbers.
Of course, she doesn't know it's a common control as well. But here's the chasing group.
In the group, that's kind of surprising. Good job again. Also have Norway there.
Yep. The neutral team as well. Now the gap is 37 seconds. Very strong start from Annika Rima.
The gap is 37 seconds. I guess that about 15 or 20 are due to the shorter option at control 6, 7.
That's control 13, and you can see the map reading going on, making the route choice through to control number 14. So that was a big group of about kind of 7 spread out in that group. And then these are the kind of chasing 2, Denmark and Czech Republic. With that mistake that I still don't understand from Adela Indrakova. Very much a shame, but Lisa Risby from Sweden is taking initiative in this chasing group. And they're all just kind of checking the options maybe to go on this long route choice from 9 to 10. And of course they're not going to know that this is common. Oh, in fact, Grace Malloy is going to go a different way. Most of the others climbing straight up out of the control. We've had the Polish team through as well at this point, the third split. And now we have the French team as well. With Cécile Calandry, I think, on the first leg for the French team. Maybe surprised to see her back. She certainly had good results in the sprints.
Let's look at the replay. Control 7 and 8. That's where we see that Elena Rose opens the gap. We see that Sweden is behind. I mean, Rose is chased by a group, but as it seemed so far, it's mostly Lisa Risby doing the work. So it's kind of a it's a fight between Rose and Risby. And Risby, it would be good for her to get some help up there, because if you're in a group, of course, it's easier to do the work faster. But it seems that they are mostly lining up behind her.
And then this control, they are all changing routes quite a lot.
Yeah, they choose to run around there. Now it seems that Sweden might be able to, if they come up there and running down, I mean, the visibility is really good. She might get a glimpse of Elena Rose. Interesting that the others are the biggest group, choosing to go to the south, following the path, and then the open area to control 10. Of course, that makes it very easy. Rose going up there surprises me a bit, actually.
You think she'd stay down for longer, maybe come up for the next re-entrant?
I expected her to run as Sarisby is doing, or I guess that she is doing around there, and then stay down in this lower area where the runnability is very good, and then choose to go up in the re-entrant before the control.
Yeah, so here is Lisa Risby. We'll see what choices she makes. Where she climbs up. The control itself was on a boulder, kind of in a very narrow re-entrant. But maybe you can kind of see the small track here. Should just follow this one.
Hesitating a bit there.
A replay here of France and the neutral team, as we just see Elena Ross on the picture.
Exiting in a quite special
like
way.
She just kind of crossed over. So the GPS is a little bit behind, so she just kind of had crossed over that re-entrant, and now going across on the flat section. Nice and runnable section here, and you've got to drop down into the next re-entrant as well.
See, the runnability is really good at the point where Elena Rose is at the moment.
And here's some of the others running through this point. Czech Republic, British team. Is that was that Sweden as well?
Yeah,
I think we were seeing going around there.
Yeah, that's a mistake. She would have needed to stay on her direction and go over it. If she turns up there into this re-entrant, then she decided when she saw the other group, I guess we saw her a bit hesitating. I think she feels more confident together with the others in the group, and when she spotted them, she decided to go down again.
And I think we'll soon see this pack. They may well see Elena Ross running back down the re-entrant. It's kind of hard to tell. So again, it looks like they've gone all the way round.
Yeah.
And yeah, so either the Czech team and the Danish team catching up, or the Swedish team catching back. It looks like Grace Malloy from the British team was kind of standing there, not moving very quickly in the bottom of the first main re-entrant, I think. Here's the control though, and now we'll kind of really see who's done a good job. And this looks like the Austrian team in second place. Great work from the Austrian team. Poltzer there, and there's Sweden coming in the same time. So I guess kind of, well, maybe going through is generally better, because you see how much the Czech Republic team have managed to catch up. But that is, for me, is the key takeaway from this leg.
Here we have to relay. I think it doesn't really matter a lot what you take, but if you change your decision as Lisa Riesbing was doing, that's not a good option, because it looked as if she would go up there, the re-entrant, exactly to the west of the control, and then she decided to go around anyway. She could have stayed more down here, not turn at that point.
Yeah, we just at the end of the replay there saw where that kind of small mistake was, but Elena Ross is looking very good, certainly on this part, and it's going to be some great feedback to get that bigger gap. And they know they've got Tove Alexanderson. Sweden have Tove Alexanderson on the very last leg. Switzerland have Simona Abersold on the last leg, but with the sheer speed that Alexanderson has been putting in, the Swiss know that they're going to have a big and a significant gap by the time it comes to the start of the third leg.
And I mean, it's also interesting for Lisa Riesby. It looked as if she wasn't very confident when she was running up there. We saw her stopping on the path and checking the map, and for her it might be a tactical thing as well, to turn back when she doesn't feel too confident and prefer to keep in a group, because Swedish team, they know that they can trust on the strength of Tove Alexandersson in this race. I mean, we've seen that she can run 2-3 minutes faster on a leg of 35 minutes than everyone else. So I mean, that's maybe it was a kind of a tactical decision.
Yeah, maybe. But this group is kind of still quite together, despite having seen them kind of split up and get back together. And for me to still see the Czech team in that chasing pack, having come back from that huge mistake to number 4. I think, are the Norwegians in there? No, I'm not sure actually. That is, I think, shows how the others ahead have made mistakes, to be honest.
Norway lost time there as well, not in contact with this chasing group, at least due to the GPS.
And then we've got a short loop here, the last few controls, but you can see straight climbing up these rocks. And again, a lot of kind of micro route choices that the teams can make. And you look at this, it's such great terrain. You've got to try and pick your line really, really carefully. And I think the camera really doesn't show, the angle that we've got doesn't really show how steep it is out here.
I think climbing is the right word here.
Yeah. You can just see how much she's putting her hands on the rocks to try and get up there, and now dipping underneath here just to be able to climb all the way up here. And then, so I think, yeah, she's come up a little section. Not quite as distinct into this control. There we go. So she's come up a little passageway to kind of northeast of the control. And I'd expect most of them to be wanting to take that.
See the tail is 1 minute, so it's a bit more than a minute. The chasing group is behind there.
Yeah, and see Norway and Finland were chasing
down, going around there, attacking the control from the southwest, using this this passage there.
But of course you've got
we even
the
have
two
the
difference.
other, exactly.
Yeah. But this is that 12th control will be common on the final loop. So some will go, there'll be like a 2/3, 1/3 split on the way they go maybe, or half and half potentially on that, so that the last leg runner will have that common loop. Here's the Norwegian team, Maria Olausson. She's coming up the same way that we saw Elena Ross, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a lot of the others have gone round. And Olausson, yeah, now plus 149. She had started kind of quite far back, then she'd caught back up again, and then just dropping back another time. Nobody else following her there.
Seemed that she lost time on this long leg towards the arena passage. Now we are back with GPS.
And even Switzerland, who'd got N going, kind of staying quite high here. Maybe you'd expect more of those with 12P to do that. And maybe those with N maybe dropping down and coming back up again. But certainly the neutral team and the Estonian team have gone pretty much to the very top of this re-entrant to cross and come back along. So here's
But I mean,
live tracking. Yep.
he said go more straight there, but then you have to go quite far to the north into this green area because you can't come up there between the rocks. You have to go all the way into the green area, and I think they
And then almost
prepare.
approach the control from the north. So yeah.
Yeah, they prefer to go a bit more in this open area where the visibility is good. So see that Rose, she's chosen to go to the east there, using the passage in between. She could have stayed up there, rounding those cliffs, and not do such an S-shaped route to control 14, or do as Lisa Riesby and go down directly straight there. I think that would have been a bit better.
Here are the leaders though. Eleanor Ross, he has got the last control, so just the run down here, and she's going to hand over to Sabina Hausfeld. Eleanor Ross Simona Absel, their third runner, but job done there for Eleanor Ross, and for really it's her. She was trying to get as big a gap over to Sweden. They know they've got Tove Alexandersson on the third leg, and she really has done her job. Will give Sabine Hausfeld a great opportunity to see if she can extend that lead, but fantastic run there from Eleanor Ross.
Great job by her. She stayed calm when she noticed that she is all alone and tried to stay focused, go all the way. With her map reading, we didn't see any mistakes close to the control. Maybe not the best route choice to this second last control, but I mean we're talking about 10-15 seconds. That was a great performance here by Eleanor Roos.
And Lisa Risby here, she looked like she had a great route into control, the kind of second to last control. She's going to hand over to Sarah Hagström, fifth in the middle distance, and she's going to take the Swedish team out to try and do their best to catch up as much as they possibly can. The neutral team with Rudnaya, Anastasia Rudnaya, handing over to Tatiana Ryabkina to be their third leg, and Estonia, great run from the Estonian team, Annika Rima there.
I mean, all the four teams here, they have done a good job. Also, I mean, Sweden only 22 seconds behind. She is close to the leading group, and I think for Team Sweden it's mostly about to keep contact, stay within 1 or 2 minutes, and then put everything on their anchor, Tove Alexandersson.
Yeah, so Denmark and Britain through. Here's the Czech team, and we're going to see how far they are back. It's going to be 1 minute and 28 seconds. There, she cheers on the next runner, Denisa Kosova. They're heading out next, and yeah, not an ideal first leg for the Czech team, and neither for Norway, who hand over in 9th position. Maria Olausson is going to hand over to Camilla Stuyver, and Finland as well. Venla Haju was right up there at the beginning of the leg, and then has dropped backwards as well. And I think it's a shame, you know, we were talking about Czech Republic and Norway amongst some of our favourites, and, you know, I guess with the amount of mistakes we've seen, then being able to catch up is certainly a possibility.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see this long leg back towards the arena passage, especially for Team Norway, because I think she must have lost about a minute there. Maybe it was the same for Finland, but we didn't really see it in the GPS. So
yeah, I think going slightly straighter or hugging below the crag seems to be a good idea if you execute it well. But I think we saw a lot of teams make mistakes there. That's, I think, where we saw Denmark catch up as well.
So this is the last loop here. We know that Elena Roos, she lost about half a minute here. It was more than a minute, her lead. She started towards control 12. I think here everything is fine still, going around to the south to 13 here. She leaves to the east here. She should go all the way around there, stay there, not run this S shape. I think the way Lisa Riesby was running was really good, just going around there, attack the control from below the rock there.
Yeah, for me, that's where she got the gap over, also over the Estonian team as well, who went much further to the right on that control. Here's some of the chases. It looks like a lot more are going straight through this way round. Denisa Kosova there. And the Austrian team, Karina Podzer, did a great first leg as well. They have Jasmina Gassner on the second. Oh no, they weren't in the top 10, sorry, I was getting confused, I think. But let's have a replay of this very first part of the second leg. This time,
Switzerland's going down towards option C. Sweden is staying up there. Estonia also going down.
Interesting to see most of them going straight this time.
The situation is a bit less stressful now, of course, because you have more time to read the map. There are not as many runners around you. There we see Switzerland on the map again. Sweden heading a maybe the
and
GPS
actually,
is
it's
not
all
100%
those who've got C who went around, which I think is a very good move from all of those runners.
Of course, you can run around, attack the. I mean, you have to leave the path there for like 30-40 meters. Very convenient in the beginning of a run, but Sweden is a good start here as well. Now they might almost see Switzerland when they get into this section between 1 and 2, if Sweden is going down there as well. Another running around, let's see.
Yeah, and if you go down, you've really got to pick a good route to get back up to the top. You've got to make sure you know that the control is on the open area at the top of the hill.
And you have to be careful here. Sabina Hauswirth doing that in a good manner, I think. You have to be careful not to run just towards direction, because you really have to find a passage up between the rocks and between the cliffs to not get stuck.
Yeah, you don't want to run up a little valley that you think is going to be fine just to find it. There is a steep crag at the top, because that is not going to help you out at all.
Sweden kind of changing direction there, rounding this cliff.
Yeah, and going up between the two kind of sections.
It looked first as if she would prefer to run all the way around, as we have seen Elena Roos picking on the first leg. Estonia is kind of in a strange way there to control 1. She didn't stay on the path all the way around to control C. I mean, she went down to the village, and then if you have C, you should stay there all the way. Now she did a mistake there. Norway it's kind of late in there. Great Britain not really on track. But here we see both of the runners, Sweden and Switzerland.
So yeah, great feedback for Sarah Hagström to see she's called up Sabina Hauswirth. And although, you know, the forkings, I think the course setters have tried to make them equal, but I really see that some are much shorter or longer than the others. So, but really great feedback for Sarah Hagström, a strong start from her to catch up Switzerland. And this is the third control.
Great start, and as you mentioned, good feedback for her. I mean, she doesn't really care if the forking was longer or shorter. For her, the feeling is very good. She caught the leaders again. Now they are together. course,
and then
it was
what,
only
you know, if
22
your house...
Yeah, it was 22 seconds. The chance to keep that lead is not very big if Sweden is not doing a mistake. I mean, 22 seconds, you can spot the runner. The terrain is so open, so you can see 20 seconds ahead at some parts. Once you see the other runner, it's almost always easier to get up to this runner again.
And so if you're Hausfeld and you've just been caught by, you know, the team who you know are your biggest rivals, how do you respond?
I mean, of course, it's not the nicest feeling to get. On the other hand, I think she knew about the gap, that it's somewhere between 20 seconds, 40 seconds, and as a runner, you're always aware of the possibility for forkings. She didn't miss, so my guess would be that she thinks that Sweden had a shorter forking here, but as much as it is a good feedback for Sweden, it's kind of a bad feedback for Switzerland.
Yes, but Denise Kosovo has had a great start for the Czech team and pulled up then into third place. We're about 8th, pulled up into third, which is fantastic. Klusner also going really well for Denmark as well. She's probably the strongest of the Danish runners. No Maya Alm in this running forest events for Denmark this year. And they've definitely made a decision to stay high. Let's have a look at this mistake then.
We see Estonia
from all three teams, I think.
Yeah, chose to go up there, even though they had C. Both Great Britain, Norway doing quite big mistakes. And my guess is that Norway, she saw runners going to B, lost connection. Then she tried to save it up by going to the path, but didn't really get contact or control over the situation again. It was a big mistake here.
And that's a really big shame. I mean, we saw Maria Larsson kind of coming back from a little bit of mistakes, but that really is big. And if, you know, she's now going to be kind of quite rattled from doing that. And the Norwegian team looked fantastic on paper, but you've really got to be clean and be consistent actually in the terrain. And I think that may well have put big damage to their medal hopes.
Now we have kind of a replay from the Sweden-Switzerland situation here. Still together, Switzerland going a bit more direct. Of course, they have different options, so it's good there for Hagström to go a bit more to the west. So Switzerland doing a good job there. And here, that's what I mentioned before. It's of course the shorter option if you have D. If I remember right, Switzerland had D before. And F is, of course, the slowest of those three options, because you have to round the forbidden area there and then kind of stay to the east all the way, so you have a bit more distance.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Danish team. They had F going kind of south, and then looked like they were almost going to go all the way round, and then changing and cutting down and cutting through. I think it would have been a much better choice to have gone down straight away from the control, I think.
Her GPS seems to be off a bit though, because it allowed her to jump over this cliff there. This is Sweden, so now we have Sweden in the lead. Sara Hagström.
And this is the 5th control. I can't see the Swiss behind. There we go. There she is. There's Hausfeld. And yeah, I think the forking's really making an impact here as well. But I mean, Hagström, just the way she had a lot of confidence, I think, coming out of control number 3 and between 2 and 3, and just was looking very confident in the direction that she was going. Looked like she'd already been able to plan ahead. Looked really, really solid on that point.
Denmark losing time there now. Have Estonia going a bit much to the east there. I mean, if you go around, then you have to be careful with the direction. Same for Austria. Good there for Czech Republic.
And staying really high to this control as well. I think it's a good move. As we've seen, I think we saw a lot of those on the first leg doing what the neutral and Austrian and Estonian teams doing, which is dropping all the way down to the track there.
Czech Republic, Kosovo maybe going a bit much to the south there. Here she is.
Yep, she goes, I think I agree, a bit much to the south, but looks, you know, she's still maintaining that 3rd place. And here's the next chasers. Estonian team and the neutral team.
Still very good position for the Estonian team here. Only 2 minutes and 19 seconds behind.
But dropping a lot, you know, the handover, neutral team with like 23 seconds behind, Estonians 29 seconds behind. It shows what a great start both the Swedish and the Swiss teams have had for this leg, I think.
Yeah. Austria, another kind of surprising team up here in the top 6. They have Denmark, had problems towards the control before here. Cecilie Friberg-Lysner.
I think this is the Finns as well here, Amy Nyman. And that's Joe Shepherd.
For Great
I think
Britain.
a late replacement on the team on the British team. I think it was Kat Taylor due to race. She retired after I think the 2nd or 3rd control on Tuesday. So Joe brought in, I think, as a late replacement.
So let's see now, Sweden with option K, Switzerland with M. Kind of.
This also highlights how Norway have dropped back. The first exchange in 9th place and 2 minutes down, and now in 13th place and 5 minutes down after that really big miss to the first control. A lot of other teams made a miss, British team, but Norway, that was a lot.
Was an abysmal mistake by Norway.
But a lot more teams here, certainly those who've got L, kind of choosing at this point to stay in amongst the cliffs. They're staying at that particular level, trying to tick off all the different cliffs as you go between them, and a lot of them have like these animal tracks running kind of at the bottom of the cliffs that makes it quite a good runnability. And there's kind of maybe a little flat section, a little terrace at the bottom of the cliff that's really good to run across.
I think if we would have continued looking at the GPS, we might have seen a mistake by Estonia there. She didn't really have the right direction up towards control. So
it's like, is this a Polish team? Hanna Wisniewska on the
Looks
second
like
leg.
yeah.
And now we're pushing 5 minutes behind, so kind of 2 minutes between the British team at the back of that group and the next runner. Is this the French team?
France, yes,
Yep.
and Italy, I guess.
And there's Norway.
Norway, yes. Oui. That's not really the place we expected Norway to be at the halfway through the second leg.
No, I think they would have been, definitely one of the favourites for the medals and really out of it at this point.
Take a look at Estonia here. I think they were on their way to make a mistake towards control 6, staying down for quite a long time together with the neutral team, then having to go up there again. It seemed that she was following a bit too long. And the gap between Sweden and Switzerland seems to get bigger and bigger here.
Small miss, I think, maybe as well well, no, it's hard to say. Maybe that's just a route choice into the next control, but for the Estonian team, that's a tough one, and that's why you've got to do your own reading, and then once you realise the place that when you realise you've got to go a different way to the other runner, you know exactly where you are, and you've got to take the quickest route up to your control.
Sarah Hagström really having a great race here so far. I think the gap now is up to 1 minute, and she looks very strong, pushing hard here. She had some back problems after the middle distance, but doesn't seem to be a problem today.
No, it's looked really solid and really confident as well. And it's hard to see where Housefit has kind of lost time other than the different forkings. So
yeah, but when we see Hagström in the picture, she
just
looks
more
better,
doesn't she?
Yeah. She looks more attack. I mean, she has a great speed, and you never see her hesitating. It looks very, very good. And I mean, as you mentioned, we didn't really see Housefit doing any bigger mistakes, but still it looks not as fast.
Yeah, she just doesn't seem to have quite as good flow through the controls.
But the gap, let's say 1 minute.
Yeah, I think it's growing just every single time.
Now
and that's probably about the most hesitations we've seen Sarah Hagström make.
It's also a route race coming, so
it is.
Maybe good to double check. We saw that Sweden had a bit of problems there in the first leg.
But yeah, if you compare the ways we've seen Sarah Hagström and Sabina Hausert just going through that control, number 8 is a big difference, I think.
And look here, at this point of the race, the gap is around half a minute. They don't have the same control here. And here it seems in this section, when they actually go more or less the same route towards control 7, it seems that Hauswirth lost about 20-25 seconds on the same route. Of course, they didn't have the same control, but they were running on the same route for quite a long time. This is Denisa Kosova.
Yeah, and you can see her just really looking up to check that she's in the right place, maybe not seeing the control from further down that very steep slope, but yeah, consistent at this point, having been sent out in a good position, actually caught up quite a few places, and just managed to maintain that as well. Still, the gap is 2:31 behind Sarah Hagström, who really has had a fantastic second leg. So again, some just checking the routes through there. and still kind of just those odd sections of walking for me are just adding a few kind of seconds in to her overall time at every point. Here's the neutral team, Tatiana Ryabkina. They've got not got the same team that won the bronze medal 2 years ago. It was Natalia Gempela on the last leg then in Norway. They've got Svetlana Mironova on their third leg. So I'd say not quite as strong a team as the last time. But both Rudnaya and Ryabkina both had really strong runs, I think. Not really seen too many mistakes from either of them. Rewarded with that 4th place.
So let's see here, GPS replay, the neutral team, Czech Republic and Finland. Quite a good option here for Finland. We had a small mistake
small
there.
miss in the, yeah.
Both from the neutral team and Finland.
Here is the Finnish team. And the gaps are really starting to get big, I think, here. The Estonians still doing well, despite some mistakes we saw. Eveli Kasku. And Joe Shepherd having caught up a couple of places. So it must be the Austrian team have dropped back a little bit. And the Danish team as well. We haven't seen them through at this point yet. Here's the neutral team. And just really checking the map a lot to decide the route choice then. This long route choice, 9 to 10. And most of those we've seen taking this exit from the control. Here's the Austrian team, as we said, and the Danes in the background too, and we've got the Norwegians there as well. And looks like, yeah, these two, the Austrians and the Danes, have kind of dropped back at this point, or the Norwegians having caught up. That also the Polish team that was there previously. And certainly, yeah, I think that is, and that Stiver really kind of looking the most strong, I think, or the most aggressive coming up that hill.
Interesting here, all 3 of them chose to go to the south around. Czech Republic a bit more distinct out from the control. Now we're with Sabine Hauswirth.
Look at the Estonians there, though. I'm not really sure what's going on for the Estonian team in the orange. That is very...
Definitely having...
not having a good time.
But the gap between Sweden and Switzerland is around 2 minutes now. And Czech Republic maybe 1 minute behind Switzerland.
But a clear lead here for the Swedish team. And Sarah Hagström has had a fantastic second leg to catch up on Switzerland, then to overtake. Has just looked so aggressive through all of those, and you know, she's really using that run through as an opportunity to have a look at the map, check the decision making on this last loop. It's quite tricky. There's a lot of kind of micro route choices to take. You maybe want to start thinking about what your options are as we follow the Swiss team down through this photography control, and still got another one to go before the arena passage.
Here we have the replay. 9:10, we see that Sweden went straight first, then decided to go up there, following the open area, run towards control 10. Switzerland going up a bit earlier, Czech Republic right out to the south, Finland going maybe not the best way out from the control, going to the south in this between the cliffs there, having to turn back quite far.
And again, the gaps between all the runners just keep growing and growing. That's 2 minutes lead for the Swedes.
But actually the gap between Switzerland and Czech Republic was around 1.5 minutes. Now it's 1 minute, so the Czech Republic is coming closer.
So we can see
Sweden
Sarah
having
Hagström.
the N option there, probably going up between the cliffs.
So here are the chasers. And Hausfrit really trying to push all the way through the arena run through. You can see how Sarah Hagström is just kind of climbing and looking at her map and trying to keep moving and get enough information. She just kind of tries to look up and spot the control itself. There we go, no problems there. She's got 2 more controls, and then that one you see just behind. But here's the team in bronze medal position. And it would be great to see the Czech Republic get the first medal at the Home World Championships. They had a great team on paper with Denisa Kosova 8th place in the middle distance. I'll hand over to Jana Knapova, who will be looking for, I think, a little bit of redemption after mispunching on the middle distance. Looked like she was racing for medals. It was pretty heartbreaking moments.
And Switzerland has not a good direction out there. She missed this small path. Might have followed in. Don't know if it was some animal track there. That wasn't good for Switzerland. I guess she lost some 20-25 seconds more there. So we're waiting here at control 13. Third last one.
Oh. Oh, we can hear her. There she is. Just a couple more controls to go. Here's the climb. All the way up for Hausfrit. You've got to be so strong to keep going up those hills at speed. It's going to be a real test for the athletes as well tomorrow in the long distance. A lot of climbing.
Bit of an unnecessary S shape there on the way to control 13 by Sweden, but we see that the Czech Republic is
Czech Republic team
getting closer and closer, and
they've got the different options as well on that particular point.
Hauswirt has to go down again, and then, but she doesn't seem to have full control over the situation. Now she can see the control down there. But I mean, it's a bit shorter on the other option, so my guess is that they will be together, Switzerland and Czech Republic, very soon.
Back with our leaders then, and that was the last control in the forest. Got one more to punch before the run through, and then Sarah Hagström's going to hand over to Tove Alexandersson, and that's a really significant leg, I think, for Sweden. The fact that they finished the first leg in second place. It was only 22 seconds gap back actually in the end, but Sarah Hagström was able to catch up. And she just looked so good through the terrain the whole way. Really positive, really attacking. And she's going to hand over then to Tove Alexandersson, who's looking, I think, is it her 8th World Champs victory in 8 races? Something ridiculous like that. And she's in the best position to do it. She has been very impressive all throughout these championships so far.
And what an impressive leg by Sarah Hagström. This was just amazing. She turned around this second leg from being 22 seconds behind to a very big lead here for Sweden. And now, I mean, we have seen Tove before. She needs a really big mistake here to lose this race. And here we see Switzerland and Czech Republic together now.
Yeah, they've come to the top of the hill. They've got to drop back down just a little section. Looks like Hauswirt is maybe a bit more confident on this point. You've got to find how far along the slope you are. Here's the control that we're looking for them to punch. And Switzerland makes it. There are again some micro route choices. She just kind of checks behind for me, and that's a bit of a worried check back in my opinion. And some different route choices through here.
Are they at the right control?
I think so.
Looks a bit like control 13, yes. She doesn't really have control here. I don't know what happened. She talks to herself here.
Yeah, just maybe not. Down and up again. I think it was the same control that we saw Sarah Hagström punch.
Yeah, it was
so I think it was the right one. Yeah.
But it seemed maybe she had mapped the wrong way round up there, because you have a map flip on the last loop, and if she turned it, she might have been confused in a way. I don't know what should have happened otherwise.
No, I'm not really sure. Unfortunately, neither of us speak Czech, so we can't find out what she was saying to herself. But certainly some stern words, trying to get her head back in the game, trying to focus, right at the end of the course here, and that's where you've got to be on it. And she's fought really hard to catch up with Hauswirt, so you've got to be able to still perform to the max and to the top, being in that right at the end of the course as well. So yeah, they were together and dropped back now after that hesitation there, dropped back 15-20 seconds lost.
This is really unnecessary now, because now they have to fight back first on the last leg. Jana Knapova has to close the gap, the first thing she is doing, so she has to push very hard in the beginning. Simona Aebersold can take it not slower, but of course her situation is a bit more comfortable. She doesn't have to chase as much as Knapova has to do now, and it would have been good for her to together with Abersold from the very first meter.
But I mean, look at that gap, 3:39, and the gap after the first changeover, Sweden were 22 seconds.
I mean, we could really feel it when we saw the pictures, that it seemed that she was just losing time, or both of them were losing time every now and then. Sweden was really... she was very distinct and took one control after another. She had a good speed. She was attacking all the time. She had full control. That was good.
Yeah, it was really good, and I think, yeah, what we were saying earlier about all the different the differences between those two runners as we saw them coming through the controls, and just, I think, a really, really strong leg from Sarah Hagström. And really, I think even with, you know, they knew that they will have Tova, a really, really strong runner on the last leg, but that didn't stop Sarah Hagström really attacking that and not playing it safe, even when you've got such a strong runner as Alex Anderson on the very last leg. So if you're seeing what I can see, we've lost our signal of the picture, so apologies for that. We're going to try and get that back as soon as we can to see how the changeovers happened on the second leg. But at the moment, there's not really much we can talk about with the picture. We're going to try and get that back as soon as possible. So apologies if you're seeing what I can see, then you can't see what's going on. So I'll try and pick up the GPS tracking, see if I can find out. We're now back at the picture. Here's kind of the last part of the course. So we've seen the Czech, the neutral and the Finnish team change over. The Norwegians kind of pulling up a little bit here. And we've got the team from Poland there as well, having Wisniewska having a really great run, catching up a little bit there. The Estonian team too, the British team. Finland now though, handing over, Amy Newman handing over to Vera Klemetinen, who I've found very impressive in the sprint races. So Finland in 5th. And there is the Norwegian team, so it's fought back a little bit, but really the time gaps, they were on paper medal contenders. The Polish team have had a great result, pulling up quite a few places there. Hanna Wisniewska. And then the British team and the Estonian team also handing over within the top 10 there. So
but the
again,
gap, the gap between the medal place and the neutral team, that's almost 2 minutes. It's a very big gap. I think if Switzerland and Czech Republic are getting through without any mistakes, it will be very hard for the neutral team or all the teams behind to get up there again.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. I think it's just going to be a case of what colours those teams, particularly silver and bronze, where that will go to. The Czech Republic now, you see they're 11 seconds behind at the changeover, so the potential to catch, but Abersold's very strong. She's had her worst position at a World Champs event has been 4th. We've got Jana Knapova, who is really going to be trying to make some amends, I think, after some mistakes, the missed punch. She had the speed to be chasing for a medal, but a
mistake there by Sweden, only about, let's say, 10 seconds towards first control. She was running around, had the option C. Switzerland, didn't they have? No, they have the A option here. Probably don't have the options here in the picture. But if I remember right, Elena Rose had B and Sabine Hauswirth C.
Yeah, they have both got A. She'll soon notice she's kind of come towards the edge, unless she has actually punched it, and that's a choice.
Kind of unexpected that she is leaving the control to the north, getting around there. For sure she will go quite straight toward that control, but of course she has to get up there as well. So either she's going from the path straight to the south, or she will leave the path quite early and go more to the west to get up there. But then, as we know, the control is on top of this cliff on the yellow part. We also see that Sweden chooses to run all the way around there.
Yeah, we've not really seen very many teams at all going all the way around at the kind of at the highest level.
And I mean, she has option F and not E or D, so it's maybe not the fastest one, but I mean, she knows about time gap, she knows about her physical strength. She can take kind of the safe options if she feels comfortable with this. Going up to the path, then she definitely has to do it, because if she just doesn't do a mistake here to this control, then she might lose 10-15 seconds due to a slower route, but I mean, she wouldn't really care about that.
No, she shouldn't care about that either. We've seen Hova Alexanderson already come back from mistakes, and 10-15 seconds extra on a route choice is, yeah, it's nothing.
We have Norway and Finland going around on the path there as well towards the first control. We have the neutral team, no problems to the first control. Option B there. Here we have Simona Abersold.
Yep, and this is control number 2, and there is Jana Knapova just behind. So maybe a slightly better choice for the Czech team then to go to stay high, but not really very much in it, only a few seconds I think here. And then I think it's going to be, I think the mind games start now about with these two running very close together. You've really, yeah.
Of course, for Knapova it's very important, and it's a good thing to be in contact early here to close the gap. I mean, now they're almost together. She sees what kind of decisions Abersold is taking here. So that's a good position for her in the beginning of this race.
And will they go the same way here? Yes. It's route choice towards control number 4. Here is Alexanderson then at control number 5. So a whole TV split ahead. Pretty much.
That's a,
and through there with no problems.
A classic measurement in orienteering, a whole TV split.
Yep. And yeah, well that shows you the gap, the distance, and they are going to go differently here. Yep, they've got, the Czech team have got D, which is shorter potentially, definitely better to go up and round, and Switzerland will go through at a lower level around to get the E control.
Will be interesting to see if it's paying off to go around there.
But here is the 4th place team, Svetlana Mironova, very experienced athlete, and yeah, done a lot in relay teams for Russia as well. But we'll get the split time back at this next control. And yeah, she will lose a little bit of time, But it looks like Alexanderson, if we think about the changeover, Switzerland were 3 minutes 39 seconds behind. Now it's 3 minutes 59 at that point. So Alexanderson taking 20 seconds out on that first stretch. Here's Antonia Benjaminsen.
It's a good start for Sweden, and I mean, as we mentioned before, or exactly after Sara Hagström's race, it really, I mean, this is the perfect situation for Sweden. They have their best runner left, not maybe, I mean the best runner in the world left on this last leg. It's a very good situation. She has 4 minutes to go. The gap is 4 minutes, so she can really, I mean, if you don't have her under pressure, it would be quite unexpected if she would lose this gap. Here.
Yeah, really, really unexpected. Megan Carter-Davies has pulled up a few places for the British team, I think. Yep. Overtaking Finland, Vera Klemetinen on the last leg for the Finnish team. Overtaking the Polish team has dropped back a bit as well. Norwegian team, Benjaminsen, looking good. Maybe she's actually had one of the best starts of all of the runners there, if you compare it to Tove Alexanderson. Not quite as quick as Alexanderson, but not too far off. As Carter-Davies goes 6th place.
Benjaminsen only lost 10 seconds. This third control.
Yep, compared to Alexanderson. So I think she, apart from the Swedes, she's had the best of the early starts, with a lot of these runners, dropping straight back down into the valley here. Oh, and Alexanderson on her way back up.
Here we see the replay with the route choice around there by Tove Alexanderson, no problems at all. We also see the different route choices by Switzerland and the Czech Republic. No problems for either of the teams. Then again, they're splitting up, going around there. Maybe the Czech Republic a bit too far to the south. So Abersold first at this control. Let's see if that was a mistake. Let's see what the gap is now. They were together before. Can't see Knapova in the picture. Definitely a mistake here. No, I think that's.
That's still
Abersold leaving the control.
Right, that's still Abersold leaving the control.
And it seems to be quite a big mistake here.
Yeah, we should kind of see approach from the north, from above. Sorry. As Abersold is all the way back up the hill and just disappearing up there by the time we see.
Now it's
still haven't seen the Czech team.
Almost a minute. It's gone now. Now I can hear something. Maybe it was just a camera person. There she is. Or is she?
Oh no, is that the neutral team?
Quite slow hesitating
no, it could
down
be another
here.
team.
Maybe yeah, she shouldn't come. Oh, there she is.
There
she shouldn't be there. No.
Yeah, not even close, and not going the right way. Oh.
It's really not her championship so far. So let's see what happened. She left the control, went too far to the south here. Still, that's okay. She shouldn't climb up all the way. Head wrong direction, followed the cliffs here. I think she thought that she is at the cliff.
Parallel mistake.
Yeah, to the north east there. And now she thinks that she's around there. That's a really bad situation, because it looks quite the same there, and this can take, unfortunately for the Czech Republic, a few
This
more
is-
minutes
yeah.
until she's at this control here. But here we have the neutral team coming to control 3. Passing the Czech Republic at this part of the race.
So Mironova now in the bronze medal position. There she is. And she's got to fight back for a medal now. But actually,
yeah. I mean,
I don't know,
for
still
her.
in touching distance, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Good for her that she saw Mironova. I hope for her that she knows that Mironova is the one chasing her, because now then she still knows that she is in the fight for the medal here. This is Alexandersson.
Yep, at the 8th control. So again, she's like, no, I was going to say again, another TV split ahead, but not quite. The others have already gone through. It's not a standard unit of measurement.
And suddenly we have also Norway back in the fight for the medals here. It's only 44 seconds up to Mironova. And we know that Benjaminsen is a very strong runner. She's shown good races so far this week.
Yeah, I think a good route choice, well executed route choice on that long leg heading back towards the arena could change things up again, I think. This is control number 9, I believe. That's not Alexandersson.
The colours were more or less
the
right.
The colours were right, weren't they? There she is. I think you can just see her through the little re-entrant. Maybe. Oh, no.
Yeah.
There it is. But no problems there for Alexandersson. I feel like she can almost like save her legs now for the long distance tomorrow. Just kind of take it easy. Yeah, not push too hard is my guess.
I mean, for sure she won't push to the limit, because that would be a risk for her technical kind of orienteering here as well. She knows about the gap. She knows that she is strong. She can do her own race in a convenient way, and then everything's fine for her. So for sure, that's good if we look forward towards tomorrow as well.
So it looks like it was a 3-minute drop and mistake there for the Czech team, for Jana Knapova. You can see that the time split just kind of came up, and I think, but now you can see they've caught the neutral team. Knapova's caught the neutral team, and we've got the Norwegian team on the chase as well. They've actually got different controls, these two, but
Norwegian team has stayed there for quite a long time now. Now moving again. I don't know if it's the GPS, but it didn't fade out. She has to go up there. It seems as if she had the control. Maybe the GPS was stuck there in the middle, up towards the control. The gap around 30 seconds still.
And then actually once they get to 8, control number 8, that's all of the forkings done. So they've all done the same, and they're back on kind of a level playing field after all those forkings. So then it's all common controls all the way through to the end, which again they'll kind of be used to from the world champs.
And interesting there at that control, I think that Benjaminsen might have gotten the chance to see the neutral team there for just a second, which would be a great feedback for her for sure. But she doesn't know about the mistake from the Czech Republic, so for her it would be very important to see Knapova at one point of the race.
You can see Abasol just checking her route choice on the way up to that control. that's not too much route choice, just checking a direction. And then this is the shorter one to to number 9. And then you've got that longer route choice next. But again, she's very safely in second place, having been caught by Jana Knapova, just didn't make that mistake that we saw.
And now it's interesting to see what's the gap between Mironova, Knapova and Benjaminsen.
So we're waiting here at control number 9 for Simona Abersold. There she is. Oh, bit indecisive there. It was a close call, but she'll go low as well, the same as Alexanderson. And I think well executed, that could be a good one. But I guess she doesn't, what she's looking to do is just kind of not take the wrong route choice. Though I guess she doesn't know what the Czech team, what Jana Knapova has done behind. Don't know exactly what is going on there. Let's have a look, though, the battle for the bronze medal. Yeah, I think maybe
that Knapova is running slightly faster. We also see that Norway is in contact now again, and I think she has spotted the Czech Republic there. Interesting. So now we have 3 teams in the fight for the bronze medal.
But Norway and the Czech Republic had different controls there, so they'll split up again, maybe, and then come back together for 8 and 9. So
that was a miss by Norway, mistake there.
Yes.
Ooh, that's really tough for her. At the moment she really got contact, she does a mistake. Maybe she pushed a bit too hard from control 6 to 7 just to get in contact with the others, and didn't really have control over the situation. And now, I mean, that's half a minute now. That will be tough.
Yeah. I thought, Norway could have been back in the medals. Norway have not had an easy day today. No. I mean, just think about where they could have been if they'd not made mistakes. I think mistakes in every single leg today, or all 3 of the Norwegians. Yeah. And that means that these 2 teams are battling now for the bronze medal. Oh. They're going to not drop down and back up here. Kind of going to come a bit further round. We've not really seen anybody do that.
No.
I think she'll have spotted the control. It's on the top of the hill. It's quite an easy one.
Yeah, that's okay to go around there.
Yeah. Most
maybe
we saw go down and back up.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
At this point, all she needs to worry about is being faster than Mironova, and Mironova needs to worry about staying with Knapova.
But of course, she knows that Benjaminsen is close as well, so she doesn't want her to get in contact again.
But yeah, Alexanderson, see, we've got that 4-minute lead at control number 8.
4 minutes lead and only a few controls to go. That looks really good for her to get another gold medal here at these championships.
Yep, 4 out of 4 at these championships. And again, of course, the favourite for tomorrow's long distance. And if she's not, she's not been pushed, she's been alone the whole way out there in the forest, she won't have had to really, think about a potential sprint finish or anything like that. She's going to be in not too bad shape for the next day. She's going to be in great shape, of course.
I'm sure she's going to be in great shape. She's always in great shape.
She's always in great shape. But there we go. Maybe about a minute mistake there for Benjaminsen. And now the 2 athletes still very close together, fighting for that bronze medal. And will Mironova go the same way? Yes. They're going to both go up and round, I think. Steepness of these slopes. Simona Abersold drops down.
For me, that was kind of a sign that Mironova still feels strong, because if she felt tired. My guess would be that she would take another route choice there just to get a chance to make a difference already here.
And actually, Abersol maybe catching a minute on that, maybe on the long leg compared to Alexanderson. So now 3 minutes 13 behind as opposed to just over 4 minutes. But I mean, you may be catching on Alexanderson, but it doesn't matter when there's only just a few controls left to go. 1, 2, 3, 4 controls left to go. Very, very short loop. And Alexanderson's still going to be very strong.
I think she couldn't care less. I mean, 3 minutes is still a lot of time, and it's like 3 controls to go.
Yeah.
She knows, Tove Alexandersson, she knows that she has done a good, solid race. She knows about the gap she had, 3-4 minutes, and she knows that if she doesn't do a mistake, she's fine, and they will win the gold medal.
Yep.
That's maybe the most company she had in this leg here.
Yep. She only gets company when she catches up somebody else. And here is Abersol then on the arena passage. You can see how, it was really that second leg where the gap was made, and then that's just been kind of a bit eaten into by Abersol, but it was too big there. So really, you're looking at Sarah Hagström making that such a decisive move for Sweden on the second leg. You can see a lot of it is kind of tracked up here. Some animal tracks, some runners tracks on the ground. Just a nice white forest at this point. Small trip, but nothing really to worry about. And then dropping down onto the other side of the slope for the control just below. This is it. Pretty solid work. And then we've got 2 more controls to go.
And it really is only one control where you have to read the map more or less.
Yeah.
Last control is just run out to the open area.
Oh.
Okay, she ran down there. Small mistake.
Wasn't possible to get down there. She thought it might have been. Or she'd try and go down the next one. No, look, gives it a little glance. Maybe she'll run a bit further along this level and then drop down kind of when the crags and the cliffs come to an end. You can see she's just try to drop down into that first one. And maybe in the second one as well.
Yeah, you see there it's not possible to get down there. She would have needed to go to the west out from the control. Now she will go around to the east here.
But should we look at the battle for the bronze and the neutral team staying much closer to this field. The Czech team going down and back up again. And they come really close together again.
Yes.
And maybe Benjaminsen catching up, like she's very quick and has taken this flat route, is maybe going to get on the heels of certainly of the Czech team, maybe the neutral team as well, and maybe just a bit of time lost there by Jana Knapova kind of in amongst these rocks going down and back up again. As you can see that just being a little bit slow.
And
here is Mironova.
Will definitely use this part now, this downhill, to risk everything to get as close as possible to the other 2 runners. Here she is.
There
Here
they
are.
I don't know. That's pretty good to catch up that.
I don't know if they know about the position of Mironova, that she's in front of them. So maybe they would need to be a bit more attacking here, because the gap is quite big now. It's almost half a minute.
Yeah, but those two certainly together will be working hard, but just a bit kind of hesitation down on the slope. But enough about the chasing teams at the moment. It's all about Sweden again today and about Tove Alexandersson. The three runners can hug, making sure they punch the control, of course, and take this run in with the flag behind them. Such a great result again from the Swedish team, and for me really it's the runner in the middle, Sara Hagström, who's made such a big difference for the Swedish team. I mean, obviously Tove Alexandersson given a maybe a bit of a closer gap at the end. Maybe she could have done something, would have come up with a special performance, but she didn't need to do anything special. The gap was made on the second leg, and these three runners can celebrate Lisa Risby, Sara Hagström and Tove Alexandersson. Yeah, I mean, the gap really made on the second leg. Tove did not have to do anything special on the third. And they've got the printouts, it's all fine.
Yeah. You mentioned it before, the key player today, really, Sara Hagström, made a big difference in the second leg. But I mean, Lisa Risby did a great job on the first leg as well. It's an important foundation to have a solid first leg runner. She just lost 36 seconds compared to Switzerland, even though she did a few smaller mistakes, but always when she was on the edge doing a mistake, she saved it up. She kind of noticed the situation and turned it the other way around, so she was safe again. And I mean, in the end, 36 seconds on the first leg, that's no big gap, especially when you know that you have the world's best runner on the third leg. And then, of course, it was very decisive to have Sara Hagström on the second leg. 3 minutes 39, her lead when she came to the finish. And I mean, Alexandersson, what to say? She's doing what she's always doing, winning the gold medals. So she's just amazing. It's great to see her. It's really nice to see her in the forest. It looks just so calm in a way. Even if she's doing mistakes, she's climbing back up there and looking strong again just seconds after. I mean, it's just great to watch her.
It is really great to watch her, but we are now all about the chasers and those contending for the bronze medal. Switzerland, here we are. This is the silver medal. Simona Abersold on her way down there. We just saw the GPS tracking of Hannah mistake from Norway at control 7, and then Benjaminsen catching up there. But celebrations now for the Swiss team, who are going to defend their silver medal. And the three of them can also have a nice team run up. No sprint finishes for them, not this time compared to the sprint relay. They've got to make sure they get the right channel there. They've got to actually cross the finish line.
But all
smiles there for the Swiss. Yeah, fourth leg, why not? But the Swiss team, of course, can really celebrate with a silver medal there for the three of them.
Great run by Elena Roos. It's hard to say. Hauswirth did quite an okay run on the second leg as well. I mean, she didn't she didn't do any bigger mistakes. She had a solid run, but Sara Hagström was just so strong today. So it's hard to say if it was due to her. I mean, I wouldn't blame her for this. It was a good run by her, and Sweden was just better today. But now let's put the focus on the fight for the bronze medal here.
Yeah, and this is going to be what I hope maybe the most exciting part of this women's relay race, because it's going to be one of these three women to take home the bronze medal. Will it be the neutral team? Will it be the Czech team? Will it be the Norwegian team? And honestly, this is going to be really close. There are different micro route choices to take at this point here, but Benjaminsen now pushing ahead and overtaking.
Benjaminsen's race is kind of a mirror for the Norwegian performance today. It's just a roller coaster ride. It's a big mistake, and then you think they are out of the game, and then they fight back again, and suddenly they are up on third position. It's fun to watch here, at least for us who aren't involved out in the forest. But now it seems that Knappova has a hard time keeping up the speed with the other two.
Well, she's had to fight back after a miss to control number 5. That huge miss, remember, we saw her losing, I think, about 3 minutes to that control. We've also had Benjaminsen having to fight back. The team with the most stable race is the neutral team there with Mironova on the last leg. But my gut feeling says Mironova wouldn't win in the sprint finish. So for me, you can see ahead the gap being made. And will they all choose the same route choices here? Will they try and stick together? Will they try and risk it for something? It's hard to know. Things seem to maybe be climbing back up a little bit. Obviously, they're going to be running slower up the hill. They'll the gaps between them will grow and shrink in terms of the distance. But as they're on the way to kind of the last few controls, on the way to 13, it's really close there.
It will be very difficult for Knapova to get back in the medal fight if the other two don't miss 13 or 14.
And in fact, these 3 teams were 3rd, 4th and 5th 2 years ago. So it was the neutral team, then Norway, then the Czech Republic. So I wonder what we will get this time round.
Now I really hope for Czech team that she is leaving the control to the west there, taking a bit of a risk, going all the way around. Yes, she does.
Yes, she does.
So that will be... Or is she really? Nope,
No,
she isn't. Would have been a chance for her to go there to the west, all the way around, attack the control almost from below, rounding all the cliffs and stones there. I think that would have been her last chance. Now she gets another one. If she dares to go over the hill. Maybe it just looks as if they would go down there. They're actually staying on the heights.
Yeah, and they're already at the control, and it looks like the Norwegians, and she's managed to pull a gap ahead of the neutral team. There they are, the 10-second gap, and that looks too good. I reckon Benjaminsen has got it in the bag for Norway. Where's the Czech team? We're just going to wait here at this last control. No, we're not. We're going to go straight to the run-in because the Norwegians somehow have managed to pull it back after misses from all of their teammates. They've really had to fight back on every single leg. Maria Olausson, Camilla Stuyver and Andrina Benjaminsen, I've pretty much written them off because of the huge mistakes they'd made, but they weren't the only ones having races with big misses as the neutral team comes in for 4th place, and it'll be the Czech team just behind, with Jana Knapova not quite making it. Again, a big miss, a 3-minute miss for her. She will be gutted about that, and they are out of the medals. It looked at one point like the Czechs were going to get medals on home soil, but the Norwegians are the ones who can celebrate. Disappointment again for Jana Knapova after her missed punch a couple of days ago in the middle. She will not be happy with that, and really that big mistake to number 5, that 3-minute mistake, did it for the Czech team and allowed the others to catch up.
It was a very tough situation there. She did a parallel mistake. It can happen, but of course it's the last leg. You have to be very careful. Put in some safety when you're out there, because she knew that she is quite. She was in the fight for the medals. She was together with Switzerland. She kind of had the medal at that point. She wanted more. But she lost it all, and the Norwegians, for the huge potential they had in their team today, but just kind of every one of the runners there had problems at least once during their run, and in the end, it's great that they managed to get this bronze medal here.
Yeah, I think they would have been maybe on for a higher position, maybe not having made the mistakes they did, who knows really, but incredible, I think, for them to fight back after those mistakes, to be honest. And we're looking, so we've got the top 5 in now, we're looking at 6, 7, 8 on those last few ones, with I think Alexandra Hornick having a good last leg for the Polish team.
Not only Hornick, It's quite a good run from all three of them. I think they will make it to the 6th position. That's a good result for the team from Poland.
Yeah, if you look 2 years ago, they were in 16th position. So really having great runs there, the trio to improve hugely on their result from 2 years ago. And they should be really, really impressed with that. I think that the Polish athletes have, done really well in the forest, I think, as well, a couple of days ago. And Alexandra Hornik with the anchor leg for the Polish team should be really, really pleased with that top 6 position. Celebrations there for Hornik and jumping across the line. Yeah, she, I think, went out in like 7th position and has caught up one. But let's have a replay then of these top teams.
You see here that Switzerland and Czech Republic more or less together in the beginning. They were together here, 2, 3, and also splitting up to the 4th control. And here we have the big mistake. She thought that she would be at the cliff more to the north where control 5 is located. So she was caught by the neutral team, and then here also Benjaminsen exactly at the point when she had the contact. She did a mistake at control 7 and had to fight back again, having a good route here towards control 10 and also great speed. There was an advantage at the arena passage for the neutral team, and then on the last loop it felt that the other two teams, they had a bit more power in the uphill there.
So Megan Carter-Davis coming here for the British team. Looks like it's going to be a 7th position from there. And again, improving on their result from Norway, where they were in 9th place. Grace Malloy had a great first leg, ending up in 6th. And then I think Jo Shepherd, late replacement on the middle leg, dropping a few places. And Megan Carter-Davis again catching a few places on the last leg. So 7th position for them. After, I think, a difficult day for the Brits out in the terrain on Tuesday in that middle distance. And we're looking for the Finns then into the finish now to take 8th place. And yeah, some really big gaps now in terms of times. But the Finns go into 8th place. Vera Klemetinen on the last leg. They were actually in 5th place at the exchange of leg 2, but dropped down just on that last loop. As we've seen, the terrain, the rain has started, the heavens have opened, but we can have a look down at these final results. And yeah, once more, the great comeback for Team Norway to earn their bronze medal spot.
Sweden defended their title from 2019. This time it was Lisa Risby, Sarah Hagström and Tove Alexandersson. Lisa, you're on the first leg. It's your first ever World Championship medal. How does it feel?
Well, it feels really good, and I was really motivated to give these two ladies a good race, and I'm really happy about it.
You lost the contact a bit with Switzerland. What happened?
I did a bit of a better route choice, but I got straight in the game again, so yeah, I solved it good.
Sarah, for you, it was another perfect relay, like after sprint relay, perfect race. Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm more happy now than after the sprint relay. This was crazy. It's so cool to run on those cliffs and finding those small paths. So yeah, incredible.
You were really key to Swedish success today. Very confident in your route choices?
Yeah, very confident. We have trained a lot, and it felt super good.
And Tove, 4th gold in 4 races. A perfect week for you. Do you agree?
Yes, and it was amazing to do this together with Lisa and Sara. They did so good races, and we have dreamed about that, do it together, and we know that we also have many strong girls home that are cheering for us and training together, so this is a victory for all the team.
Were you also saving energy for tomorrow, because it was
of course it's a race also tomorrow, but I was really focused to do the orienteering well today.
Thank you, girls, congratulations.
So yeah, congratulations to the Swedish team there as we start to get ready for the men's race. And it almost seems like it's turning into a repeat from 2 years ago in Norway, where again we had a very wet and rainy relay for the men. But let's have a little look at their course. Jonas, do you want to talk us through it?
Yeah, it's a very similar course as we have seen in the women's race here. It's the same start with this forking in the very beginning, then this second and third common controls, then route choice to 4, where you can have different options depending on the forking you have. Control 5 TV control, but then we have an additional loop in the men's race here, having forking again to 6, 7, 8 and 9, so there we will have forkings all the way to the 9th control, and then they will split up again. It is kind of false common control, as they called it, 10, 11, and now we're back in the women's course again, so this is the similar course as we have seen earlier here. Same controls here going towards the arena passage, and then the last loop again with this forking, but only 2 controls here because of course last loop on the last leg is unforked.
Yep, so very similar challenge to what we've seen, of course, in the women's relay. They've just got that little bit extra to go. Still kind of stuck in this long, thin stretch of forest only, and it's going to be the same arena tomorrow for the long distance that they know. So they know it's going to be kind of a similar section tomorrow, but yeah, the heavens have really opened here, and our defending champions again are Sweden. If you remember back 2 years ago, it was a race full of a lot of drama. Norway were trying to defend their titles. It was a really dramatic race, with lots of kind of change to the lead, lots of mistakes, but who are we really looking at today?
Yeah, I mean, we have the usual suspects here. We have Team Sweden, of course. They are big favorites. They have done it so many times. Had strong performances already earlier this week with Riedefeld and Gustav Bergman, but also Team Switzerland with Martin Hupman, Florian Hovald and Matthias Kibbutz. Norway is strong. Czech Republic has a good team, and then France is always there. They have 3 consecutive medals from the last 3 relays, so there are many teams fighting for the medals today, and but the biggest favorites maybe Sweden, Switzerland and Norway.
Okay, so we can look at the lineup again. Their numbers on the bibs are determined by the result from the last World Championships, so 2 years ago in Norway. Mika Kimmler is leading out for the Finnish team. French team, Mathieu Perrin is the leader. Then they'll go on to Luca Basset, who was 4th in the middle 2 days ago. And the team from the Czech Republic are really raring to go. They know these sandstones well. They've been using a lot of training in all the different training maps. It's Pavel Kubat to lead them out, and Gauta Steva is going to be in the team for the Norwegians. A late replacement for Olaf Lindenez, who says he was only going to, after his injuries, he was only going to do the middle and the long, and actually having to retire from the middle distance. Martin Hubmann leading out the Swiss team with Florian Hovald, and then the middle distance winner Matthias Kibbutz on the last leg. Robert Merl leading the Austrian teams, and they could be pretty good the first couple of runners. Ruslan Glibov will head out the Ukrainian team. Ukrainians, of course, did very well a couple of days ago, so maybe expect their first couple of runners to be right in the mix. But we are really soon ready for the start of this men's relay. The 3 legs to go out, and they will really battle now in the rain here in the Czech Republic. And again, I expect we'll see a race with a lot of mistakes, route choice mistakes, and they're really all now focused with Per Forsberg has given them the 10 seconds to go mark. And there they go, they rip apart their maps, and they've got again quite a long run out. First of all, out of this field, out of the arena, then they've got a little bit further to go before they actually reach the start point. You've got to be right up among there. And again, we've got that first longer route choice through to the first control. Will they go down to the village? Will they go straight? Maybe men, maybe more likely to go straight, I would guess. But really, I think it's going to be those at the beginning who will make those decisions, those at the front of the pack who are going to make those decisions, and everybody else just kind of following them through. So they leave this rainy arena and head into the forest. They'll follow a little bit of a taped route out to the actual start control itself. And then the orienteering really begins. I'll try and settle some nerves. This is the route out. And we've got the Ruslan Klibov there leading out for Ukraine. Czech team back just there as we follow Pavel Kubat through the forest. And now we watch where they go. And was that the yellow shirt dipping off to the right? I think it was for Ukraine. Sweden going straight on. So too, I think that's the German team that we're behind. The British team are in there as well. The Belgian team, is that Belgian team with Mikkels on the first leg? I think it is there as well. The Finnish team, though, are leading these group of men out there. And you can see the visibility's kind of dropped a little bit. The greener sections are on this first part. But, you know, they may well guess that, as you can see underfoot, there's tracks that have been made through this terrain. It's very fast, and maybe they will be able to guess that actually the course is going to be quite similar to the women's course.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they can guess that it's kind of the same base of the course, the same directions, but I wouldn't, as a runner, I wouldn't dare to think that it's exactly the same control, so they will have to do their own races, and of course, they know that there are no tracks out there from earlier legs from the men's race, so they won't follow just the tracks, but they will use it when they see it, of course. And let's see here how they are splitting up on this first part. We know from the women's race that is an option to go to the north on this path through the village, and actually I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect them, so many of them, to use that option.
But it's a lot of those who've got C who've gone that way, including Norway.
Yes.
And as you said, for the women's course, a lot of them would expect maybe the first control to be forked as well. So they will be expecting to have to break away from some of the other runners as well.
But I mean, it's a good option to go north. Usually it's a bit harder to choose it because it, as an orienteer, you really want to think that straight on is the fastest in her leg like this. It might be a bit more difficult, but it's the fastest. So it takes, especially when you have the first leg, you don't really know about the vegetation. It's a bit harder to choose it. At the same time, it gives you so much confidence, and you have such a great chance to get into the race. So I think it's a good option also for the men's race.
Yeah, and this group that have gone straight are all kind of going, most of them are going north of the line. Actually, France then swooping back and going kind of south of this group, of this bit of green. I think that's sensible if you've got B. I think if you've got A, then the route that they're going is a good one. You want to be kind of on the north side of that slope. We're not quite sure then how those who are climbing up the hill, how they're comparing, as we kind of lose a bit of GPS in and amongst the village.
We know that they lost GPS exactly a minute ago, so it's now, I think they should be up there as well very soon. Approaching at more or less the same time.
Team climbing up there. So yeah, imagine it's not too different.
Good start for the French team, solid orienteering there.
Yeah, really solid. But there are a few in that group who have B, like I think the Germans, I think the British team have B. So they've got to make sure they are checking their codes and they can go to the other option. Still haven't caught up with the GPS tracking for, I was going to say for Norway. Norway into that control. Good choice there for Norwegian team, although I think that's probably the most desirable of all of the forkings there, I'd guess, as long as you execute it well. And then we'll go down and back up. You've got to find your way through the crags, find the gaps to get your way up the hill.
We also remember from the women's first leg that it was a good option to go all the way south around the stony parts here and then just run on this on the top of the hill there.
Yeah, that's what Switzerland are doing. Although a lot of those who had the A are kind of going on the next level down.
And it's always a bit difficult to compare the route choices between the women's and the men's race. It can differ a bit in the speed, in the terrain, of course. So let's see who's first to this first TV control. That's Switzerland. Martin Hupman staying there. Ooh.
Oh.
Turning.
Oh.
Maybe.
I mean, he could nearly have seen that. Oh, goodness me. And Gauta Stavo is going to be the first there. And there we go. He's turned around. Oh, no, he hasn't turned around. There's the Swedes and Albin Riedefeld, whose leg or knee has been stitched up after the middle distance race. And that is a big miss there for the Swiss team, with everybody else coming through now. We still haven't seen him back.
There he is.
There he is. So dropping like 10 places, something like that, I reckon. And that is a shame after a good start for the Swiss team.
Yeah, I think he ran directly straight to control 3, needed to punch control 2 as well.
Ukrainian team there, Danes, Italians.
It's strange because now we are at control 3, so he was right when he was on
but
the way
I'm
there.
I think he didn't see the control, like he hadn't quite got his head up to see the control.
And then he saw the other runners coming up from below, and I think he thought that the control is located on, like by the foot of the cliff there, not on top. A lot of map reading there for Great Britain.
Yeah, Peter Hodkinson on the first leg. Let's have another replay.
Yes, my guess is that he just stopped just before the control. We saw that, and then he thought that the control is located on below the cliff and not on top, when he saw the other runners come up there. So let's see, his route was really good. And then here started hesitating, he saw the other runners down there, went down and came up again. So 20 seconds. Mistake by Martin Hupman.
Yeah, and outside of the top 10, having been maybe our leader through that point. But very close still in these early stages. Oh, sorry, not outside the top 10, in 16th place, sorry. In 7th place. 16 seconds behind. What am I saying? We've already had one race. We're on to the second one. It's only just started. Let's go for it. And splitting up again here.
Yes, he has option
Switzerland has got E.
The middle one, we see that many of the runners, they choose to go to the south using the path, giving them a kind of a easy first part of the leg.
Yeah, and it's good for Sweden have D, Norway I think had D, the
Finland
westernmost of the controls.
has to go to F now, so they have to be careful with their direction. Also Norway has to be careful to not miss point to leave the group there. Sweden D a bit much to the east there.
Much more
On to
distinct from the
top.
Norwegian team.
Yeah, good job there. Gaute. That's a mistake by Sweden. It's not really far enough. Now turning to the wrong direction, following.
Is there a mistake
Team
there
is it?
from
Czech
Norway
team
as
there.
well?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mistake
you've
there
really
as
got to
well.
get. It's hard when you're coming across the top and you're looking down to see where all the crags are and everything. It's much easier to identify them, of course, when you're below, when you can see all the crag, and maybe that explains everything. And I guess Gaute hasn't seen anybody else going to that control. Everybody else is in the other direction, and that's the direction you want to head back, where everybody else is. They must be right.
so
Well, they weren't.
we had mistake by Czech Republic, Sweden, Norway. Switzerland has been at the control now. Small mistake by Estonia as well. The group there with Finland, France, Ukraine, Poland, they have quite a gap now already. Going around to the south quite a bit, but the control is not at the same place as we have seen in the women's race. So let's take a look again. We have Norway going too much to the west. Sweden as well going to E instead of D. Same for Czech Republic. Estonia missing the control there. Maybe they
Or
were
maybe
at
got
the
the control, but just really bad out of the control. Ooh,
Good start for France going around there. That was a good decision, punching first here in front of Finland and Ukraine. So good start for Poland. Again.
Yeah, Wojciech Kowalski on the first leg for the Polish team. Ruslan Glebov, first leg for Ukraine.
Problems there with the route choice for Finland. Kirmula stopped for quite a long time.
Latvia, Estonia, here's Switzerland.
Let's see where Sweden, Norway, Czech Republic are. Here's the Czech Republic. Here's Belgium.
And there is Sweden and Britain, Bulgaria.
Still haven't had Norway there.
No, there's Denmark.
Must have been another mistake by Norway, I guess, because they were together with the Czech Republic.
Here we go, yep, there we go. So 19th at control number 5.
But for him at this position, it's good that there are 18 runners in front of him. The gap is only 125, and if you have 18 runners between you, you might see quite many of them in front of you and can try to get their backs towards the next control. But let's take a look at this.
Another look at this mistake.
Yeah.
Or mistakes plural, I think. And we can look, if we look at the Norwegians in the lead at control 5, then back a minute 25 towards the end.
Just wasn't together with the Czech Republic there. It was just quite a big mistake. He missed the control, then followed the other runners to control E. Actually, in the beginning, he did almost everything right. He left the group early. He was on the right direction towards the control, but then I think he was all alone and started to hesitate and started thinking, is it really okay to be all alone here at
But-
Control 4?
But surely you can't think you're west of Control 4D when that to me seems to be quite extreme. Maybe when you can't see the entrant down or the path or anything at the bottom. That's what happens on relays, I guess.
Yeah, maybe he had a bit the map towards the wrong direction, and then he thought that he was on the other kind of spur there going out. And yeah, it's hard to say. It's like the first leg, the beginning of a first leg is a very nervous thing to run. Like
Yeah. It's very stressful, and there are specialist first leg runners for a reason, I guess, because they kind of are used to being under that pressure, or they thrive under that pressure, and they're used to kind of working off others but maintaining your own navigation, or maybe you run quicker in that kind of situation compared to being alone in the forest. I know I certainly would do better on the first leg of a relay than being on the last leg of a relay, with having those people around you to kind of push you on and makes a big difference.
It's a great start for France here. I think that Ukraine is quite far up there as well. Their GPS stopped. Mathieu Perrin with the G option. So he has to go down to this control again. Could have stayed a bit lower.
Yeah, maybe where that dot of Norway is right now and gone up, climbed up through that re-entrant would have been maybe a good option. But now he's almost got to kind of run past the control and then go back down.
Finland and Ukraine going very much to the south as well.
Yeah. They've both got H, but it seems like just the direction out there was slightly wrong, but they'll hit the path and come back round again.
Also Switzerland and Latvia going a bit much up there, if at least if the GPS is accurate. But a great start here for France and Mathieu Perrin.
But now we can see more of the tracks together. France now again going quite a long way round. Maybe will attack the 9th control via 5, do you think?
Yeah, it really seems that his tactics is to go around a lot and use the safe parts when he has the chance to. In this situation here, I think it's a bit too extreme. He will go down all the way, past control 5, run straight to the north. I think it would be good to go there where Ukraine and Finland and Poland are at the moment. The control is not much easier from above.
Gone to the next level. There's almost like these different terraces between the cliffs, and they've kind of dropped that one more level, and I think will pay off when they actually get to the control, because then they'll still just kind of drop down slightly. Just to there.
Perrin coming in 3rd position here. So we still have Ukraine, Finland, France and Poland up in the lead.
And I don't think we'd have really... Well, I mean, Glebov got the medal from 2 days ago in the middle, but those are not the teams we expected to see being in the top 4, I think.
Finland had a silver medal 2 years ago.
Yeah. From the individual effort, less good. Martin Hubman, though, has managed to pull up a lot into 5th place.
Interesting to see now where Sweden and Norway are. Also the Czech Republic, of course. Kind of lost the GPS of Sweden, so we don't have any idea where they are. This is Austria.
Austria. Robert Mell on the first leg for Austria.
Estonia,
Germany. There's a Swedish team. There's a Czech team as well. Just
Belgium.
nipping in ahead.
Hungary. Great Britain. There's Norway.
Yep, so we're 19th at control number 5. What's that, about 12th? Yeah. So 12th at control number 9.
Lost another
And
15 seconds here.
Yep.
Norway. Seems like a good decision to go to the south there.
Yeah, especially if you've got those.
Yeah, I think it's hard
The
to.
G.
I think that the J option is quite a bit slower here, at least in the beginning of this forking. And of course,
Norway
it's
going through the middle.
too extreme to go around as Denmark was doing there. You don't have to round this valley. France here to the next one, to the 9th control with an unnecessary big way around. It's Norway going out there a bit much to the south as well. So the Czech Republic stayed way up there in
Yeah,
slope,
very high.
also attacking from control 5.
And France again splitting up and going up this, the kind of more southerly re-entrant to get into control 10. I think we'll drop back a little bit there.
But I really like his style of orienteering. He's not, I mean, he has the M option here, so he has the one further away, but I really like that he is doing his own race. Sometimes so far it was faster, now he's a bit behind, but he's really reading the map carefully. He trusts in his skills, and so far he's still doing a good job here on the first leg.
Yeah, to still be in that 4th place and not to have made those mistakes that you've seen the others, and I think that's why the tactic, even though slower this time, as you were saying, has paid off overall, because to be in that position at this point of the first leg is really good.
I mean, he has, of course now he's in 4th position, he might be in the leading group if he had just followed the others, but the risk to follow a wrong runner to the wrong forking is almost inexistent if you trust so much in your own skills as Mathieu Perrin is doing.
Yeah, and it's very good, tactic for an area like this. We have this many forkings and tricky sections, and where it's easy to make a small miss.
Now
That's
again we see
good.
the Czech Republic going way around there to the south.
Yep, and being followed by Norway, and is that Estonia in there as well?
Yeah.
That group who all had K.
Of course they had K. It's an option to go around there.
Again, this kind of area making the out of bounds area that the course setters have put in, making it really, really tricky.
And let's take a look at the comparison between Martin Hupman and Ruslan Glebov. This is a leg replay. Split it up here. That's the same option actually. Glebov choosing to go around on the path, and this is a good option. Hupman lost about, let's say, 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah. So yeah, very, very clearly quicker to run round, and Switzerland dropping back as a result. We'll replay all their routes up to here. And now back down and up towards control number 12. And Ruslan Glebov from Ukraine leading there. We've got the team from Finland, Mika Kirmala, trying to defend their silver medal. They will just work their way up to the top of the hill. I think that's a Polish team as well. Wojciech Kowalski still with a great run there. So these three still ahead. We're looking for the French team next after the differing route choices. But Mathieu Perrin really doing his own navigation. Are we going to see him come? There we go. There he is. Looks like the Frenchman.
And I mean, the Ukraine, they have a really interesting team, as you mentioned at the very start. Ruslan Glebov on the first leg, and then Alexander Kratov on the second leg. Also, he can do very well. And then send out Artem Panchenko, maybe not the strongest runner on this third leg, but I mean, if he is in a leading group, then he still can be up there and fight for the medals.
And here at control 13. So Perrin, 43 seconds. But this group of three, I think they will probably, will they know that they are the leading group? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I
Martin
guess.
Hoodman there.
I guess actually they know it because they didn't do any mistakes. Usually you see runners around. I'm quite sure that Hoopman, for example, that he saw another runner in front of him at one time. If you don't see any runners in front of you and have a great race as Glebov has, then you expect that you're in the lead. That's my guess, at least.
Yeah, and well, if they know they're in the lead, they've got to try and keep it together to basically not blow it at that point. They've got to keep calm. Maybe they're not used to being in that position, some of those runners.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
they've got to be, working
but
hard.
I think that, for example, Glebov, I don't know if he knows he has the good feedback at the middle distance, that he's in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
He knows that their only chance is to have a great start and then to have Kratov in the second leg, and they have to kind of make a difference on the first two leg. That's their chance they have, and I think that he is pushing really hard and really tries to win every second he can.
So top 13 there, Norwegians in 9th, the Swedes in 12th. I think the Swiss were back in 5th. Back at 13, it's the Latvian team, Archers Paulins, for the first leg for Latvia. Then we should be seeing Switzerland through next. Or no, I think Switzerland has already come through, unless they've made a mistake. And Gautastevo just catching up quite a lot. Kind of every single control, I think, at the moment.
Sweden here, not the best start so far. Same for Norway, they're in the same group here.
But the time gaps, they're not huge at this point, so it's very early stages of the race.
But usually it's very hard to close gaps again in the men's relay. It's early through the first leg, or through the race, but still, it's more than a minute. So it's not only the forkings now; it's really a gap between the runners.
Well, we've seen most of them, and certainly that group who just passed through there, all going up and round to this 14th control. All going to run round the edge of this field. But here are our leaders. So we haven't got the runner from Poland in that group. I wonder whether they've maybe made a little bit of a gap. They've got to get really good direction as they drop down here, the other side of the spur. Well, you can just drop down into this re-entrant and kind of having aimed off, run down. Where's the athlete from Poland? Not here. Oh, there's somebody. There he is. Smoothish descent down into control 14. Then they've got the arena passage, but yeah, that's a gap because Kowalski was with those two. Now 40 seconds down. Here's the French team. Mathieu Perrin. Just trying to spot a good route down the slope, but going to be more than a minute back by the time he punches the control on the boulder at the bottom of this re-entrant. Where's our next group? Because a lot of them were also going around the top. Here's Martin Hubman for Switzerland. And the arenas. Oh, what
happens there?
I don't really know what's happening.
I think he can't read the map anymore, so he wants to change the map.
There should be. Are there any spare maps out on the map board?
Yeah, they should have spare maps there, but of course he should get it faster. I think the rain, if you fall down and it's raining, and there's always a possibility, a risk that you cannot destroy your map. But this is a very uncomfortable situation for the Finnish team now.
Yeah, and especially, you know, there is a forking on the last section where they're going to try and find the map board to get a new map from. But yeah, that's not a great sign to see Mika Kirmala running through and looking like that. We will have to hope that he can get a new map. This is what happens. He just kind of throws his arms out. I don't know who he's trying to speak to. Maybe there's a coach there on that corner about.
I don't know how good the volunteers are briefed for that situation, because I don't think that this person there totally
understood
knows
what was going on. No, or knows where the spare maps are. And so to try and do the last loop, it's only short, but on half a map is not ideal. When
I mean, if you don't see your controls, there's no way you can orient on that. So it's, I don't know, he has to slow down here, but at least he's up there again together with Ruslan Glibov. Let's hope he has the same forking.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would really. I hope he got a new map. I don't think he got. Because he wanted to show that he doesn't really have a map.
He doesn't have,
my guess is that he's just following Glibov.
I wonder if he'll have made contact to Glibov and said, "Have you got number?" and asked for the numbers, and whether Glibov would say yes. I think
possible. My guess is that he will just follow now because he doesn't want to lose time, and in case he would miss punch, he would. Make a protest. That's my guess, but I have It's kind of. I mean, he has to take a quick decision. It's if he stops there, he loses the chance to get away together with Ukraine. So he can't really stop. That's not an option. So I guess his way of handling the situation is just to follow Glibov and, in case of a mispunch, make a protest.
Yeah, I think so. But that's a very stressful position to be put in if you kind of run through the arena and people go, "Can't help you." But what can you do? You just kind of got to get your head down. You've got to try and relax and look there. And you know, he has got his head in the map, but he's evidently able to do something as he crosses over the other runners. But
maybe it's just one control. Maybe it's just in the circle. You don't know how much area he has really lost on his map. Maybe he can read the numbers, the control numbers. See here.
Looks like
Sweden
Swedish
in the
team
big group. Yeah.
leading that group. So well, the French team we've lost the GPS going up there, so we're not sure where they
Same
are
for the
in
Swiss
comparison,
team.
and the same for the Swiss team, exactly. So, and for the Polish team, so it's going to be hard to see. There's the Latvians and that big group all going up here.
See, there we have
there is
Sweden.
forking.
So Switzerland is not in this group. It's the group with Sweden.
Go.
Some shouting going on.
Yeah, I think there was a camera man.
Oh yeah, in the way. There we go. Yep, get out the way. And yeah, some will just have the control just up there.
So yes, we have Switzerland just a bit ahead of the group there. But the gap is not very big anymore.
And France is up with Poland as well. So Perrin managing to catch up into maybe bronze medal spot there. And they did both have P. Finland and Ukraine did both have the same one, and we saw them both dropping into that one. So whatever's happened with maps there, then they have got the same loop on this very last section after the arena passage. That's France and Poland.
Really, that shouldn't happen at the World Championship. I remember World Championships in Sweden 2016. There was kind of a similar situation at the long distance where there were many runners changing the map, but one of the TV controls. I mean, this is a problem we had before, so it shouldn't happen again. And at least
here are
they
the
should
two leading teams.
Yeah.
Ukraine and Finland. Ruslan Glibov, Mika Kirmala taking the chains. So Glibov handing over to Alexander Kratov, who 9th in the middle distance. Mika Kirmala handing over to Elias Kuka, and he is not happy there. Unfortunately, we don't speak Finnish either, so...
but he was complaining why they had... he was actually talking English here, Catherine.
Oh, was he? Okay, sorry.
He was complaining about why he didn't have a plastic in this rain. Couldn't read anything.
Yeah. Mathieu Perrin, though, for France to hand over next. And the Polish team into 4th place as they drop down. Just losing some of the picture. I think this weather's having a bit of an impact. But Perrin round in the corner. You've got to be careful. That's becoming quite slippy. Mathieu Perrin will hand over to Luca Basset. And what a great second leg runner for the French team. 4th place in the middle distance. He will really try and attack back this time. The Polish team, it goes over to Bartosz Pawlak for Poland. So France 58 seconds back. And the Polish team 1 minute back. And then we have the next group chasing here now, just seeing them coming through this last control. There's a Czech team. Pavel Kubat.
The gap between this 4 first team in Sweden and Switzerland is quite big already. And we're not talking about a minute now towards the leader. Now it's up to 1:40.
Yeah, but again, we're losing. I think the weather must be playing havoc with this. So we lost the signal again as we see Sweden make the changeover. We've got, just trying to look at the split times as well. But no, we've not got any picture coming through now, unfortunately. Looks like we had, yes, Switzerland were close there at control 19. the Czech team as well, the Germans. So Albin Riederfeld's handed over in to 5th spot, 1:35 behind. Martin Hibben was in there as well. They've now got to try and chase back some of the time lost. We've also got Norway, Latvia, Norway back in about 8th place, looking at the split times that I'm looking at now. Of course, everybody else watching has also got that too, but we're just waiting for the satellite. I think the weather is really playing havoc now with the signal. Got the Estonian team in about 10th position. Coming through to the changeover, Latvia, they're in 9th, but Estonia now back in 2 minutes 31 seconds down. Austria and Hungary on their way into the changeover as well.
And I mean, we can take a look at the GPS now out from the start towards on the second leg towards the first control. We see that the Ukraine going straight. Also Poland and France. It's hard to say. Some of the points froze their GPS signals. Finland went to the north through the village there. Seen that it was quite a good option on the first leg going north through the village. Also Czech Republic going there. So we have France, Ukraine, Poland, Norway, Latvia going straight. Hard to say. My guess is Switzerland went to the north as well. Sweden is there. But really the only GPS point moving at the moment is the Ukraine and Norway also going straight.
Yeah, the weather is really against us, so apologies for we lost the signal with the satellite, the TV satellites. We've seen about 13, 14 teams. Denmark have just come through. The British team, they're down in, I think, 15th place, changing over alongside Belgium. They're just kind of heading out. Denmark, Britain and Belgium in that kind of group as well. We've got the Swedish team have gone round.
It's an interesting situation for the Ukraine now because, as we mentioned earlier, they had their strongest two runners, or they have their strongest two runners on the first 2 legs. So now we have Alexander Kratov. So he had quite a good race in the middle distance, and my guess is that he really tries to push as hard as he can now, taking some risks here to get a gap compared to the other teams from, especially to the favorites from Sweden and Switzerland and Norway.
Yeah, because they're all going to be trying to chase hard. Everyone wanting to get a good start on all of their legs and try and work hard. But then you've also got to keep the right side of the line and not make any mistakes and not either make route choice errors or make small mistakes. Although it's kind of slightly easier, I guess, when you're not in as big a group as we had on the first leg. Although I'm sure the stress of going out in the lead maybe is equivalent to running around with lots of people. It's in a pressure position both ways.
And now let's continue with our radio commentary here. We have the Ukraine. They had no problems at the first control. Also Finland did a good job there, but my guess would be that it's about 20 seconds between the two teams now. And France, Luca Bassi, he closed the gap compared to Finland. Also Poland had a good start there. Had the 8 control, if you remember that. It was the one most to the east. A bit earlier coming. The Poland's almost there again together with France. Finland. Also see that Norway has punched the first control together with Sweden, just behind Sweden at the moment.
It's a good start for Norway. We don't know quite where Switzerland is because we've lost their GPS tracking. Czech team, they had A. If you're not if you haven't got the GPS tracking on, get the GPS tracking on. We've still got a problem with our satellite connection, but there is access. I know most of you will probably already be following the GPS tracking and the live results, having seen a lot of people's displays when watching our live coverage. half an eye on the GPS tracking, half an eye on the cameras and on the pictures as well, so you can get full information. But all we can bring you at the moment is some radio commentary, I guess, from the looking at the GPS tracking, trying to look at the live results. Kratov has punch number 3, where we've got a split time, and we'll try and get the look at some of the gaps back for that one. As we've seen, like Finland and France have gone through control number 2, no real problems. I think Poland maybe getting a bit kind of stuck on the way to number 2, going back down and back up again, and certainly dropping back. It is Mikhail Olezhnik on the third leg. Sorry, we're on the second leg, aren't we? Bartosz Pawlak for the second leg. I'm getting ahead of myself again. What with all the drama of now not having any pictures. But we will do what we can.
Let's have a look at Elias Kukanau punching 35 seconds behind Alexander Kratov. Now also the punch from Lucas Basset from France, 41 seconds behind. So they are Finland.
So Finland have dropped behind by a long way, by 30 seconds, but France catching up. They were 58 seconds behind at the start of the Czech exchange of leg 1, and now catching up to be only 41 seconds behind. So good start from the French team.
Will be interesting to see where Switzerland is. We lost their GPS already at the start, so we have no idea where they are, but they should be there soon, together in the group with Sweden.
So Switzerland are with Poland and Norway. They've caught up there with Poland and Norway, so that's a really great
Sweden as well.
start. And Sweden, Sweden all there in that group. So that's quite a strong group of Switzerland, Sweden, Norway and Poland all the way, just punching at control number 3. So they've come through. They are about a minute 30 behind. In fact, I think, so the order they punched out looked like Poland, Switzerland, Norway, then Sweden. Germany there just punched that control, and the Czech Republic as well. So they're about, Czech Republic about 20 seconds behind Sweden. And now we've seen Finland and France going this longer way round. Oh, and we have got GPS in the broadcast now, but that's all about all we can do. You're pretty much looking at what we've been looking at for the last few moments. But yeah, Ukraine going through. I wonder if they have the middle control. It would be looking good for that route. And the Czech team going very straight.
We see that France and Finland, they are together there. Also on the same route as the group with Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, Poland.
Yeah, Ukraine looked like they had the middle of those controls, so not a problem there. Finland confidently seems to be not any issues over here. And in fact, that looks like probably a really good route choice, having caught up some time. It looks like we've got a frozen image as well. Oh no, it's kind of up there again.
We had the Ukraine punching at the 4th control. We also had France there. Finland leaving for the 5th control. Still Ukraine maybe 25 seconds ahead. France now.
I wonder if that was a little mistake there actually.
Maybe.
From Lucas Basset. Maybe he's
or if he's going
here.
for the route choice to the north from control E, that's also a possibility. Switzerland towards control D, that looks fine for them. Norway also punched for E.
Our next split times at control number 5. See if any of the positions or the gaps have managed to change.
Sweden now has to go to the one to the very east there. It's a longer one, we know that. Usually the gap after this control is around 20-25 seconds.
But yeah, Switzerland seems to have done okay with the westerly most control, D, and now going kind of through on the middle level just will dodge around underneath that group, and they will know that there's quite good running kind of just underneath and below a line of crags, so using that option.
And Finland now almost closed the gap compared to the Ukraine. So we will have a split time at control 5. Kratov has been there for the Ukraine, punched in the lead still. The gap to Finland at control 3 was 35 seconds. Now it's only 10 seconds.
Yeah, so back in touching distance again.
Good exit by Finland from control 5.
This is an interesting route up here from the French team, going via number 9 almost, maybe. And maybe just then running up the spur, really kind of, I think, playing it quite safe, heading up onto a big feature, which is the spur, and then just running all the way up, as opposed to maybe going some way up the re-entrant and then climbing up onto the top of the hill.
But if you compare
it
to Switzerland, Norway, he lost a lot of time there.
And dropping places as well, crucially.
Yeah. So Norway now, interesting, exiting the control to the east, to the west, sorry. Same for Sweden, at least at the moment. Switzerland seems to go more to the north.
Yeah, and I'd expect to see them kind of split up on this one. They're quite far apart comparatively, those 3 different forkings, and you can see Switzerland has gone differently. We've lost the GPS for Ukraine, so not quite sure exactly where they are, and for Finland. And I think just down at this far end, the GPS coverage isn't that great. I think that's what we've seen in the first leg as well. So we've lost picture. we're going to be losing GPS. In fact, there's Norway goes as well. So we can't see where any of them are on this last loop, pretty much, apart from Norway and Sweden on this leg here. It's going to be, we're doing the best we can, people, with no pictures and very little GPS to try and bring you something of a race, because it could all change here, but we won't see it happen.
It could be so exciting at the moment.
It could be so exciting. We just don't know. Because I think all we can see is Sweden. We can see Sweden going through there. We can see Latvia.
It was quite well done by William Lind from Sweden. We saw that he has had the control to the very east, which was slower, around 20 seconds, but he managed to close the gap compared to Norway and Switzerland right away. And now we're waiting for the GPS to appear again.
Our next split isn't until control number 9. So, And I'm pretty sure it's the weather that's really scuppered us here. There is a big storm, and we are not getting any pictures back to the satellite, which means we're not being able to get them to you. That also, I think, will put a play to the GPS, although we know was a bit kind of dodgy down this end as well. And I think we had some kind of wireless cameras that they were hoping to use down this end, but it's not going to work either. So we're just going to stare at some GPS tracking and try and see if we can see any dots move, but so far not very many as they reach into this area. We will get our next kind of split time at control number 9.
But if I remember right, we had the GPS signal at control 7 again, so I think they will appear very soon. I remember that we saw the route. Yeah, exactly. Now we got Norway again in there, the first one. So let's see if Alexander Kratov, Elias Koka, and the others appear as well. We have Sweden there.
Yep, Sweden successfully made it that to control number 7.
är nära varandra där.
Finland for a very short time, and now we got some pictures again.
Hey! We've got pictures from
Det är lite svårt
Swedish TV.
med täckningen
SVT up in the corner.
GPS-spåren. Inte för att satelliternas signaler går fram, men det är mobilnätet då som man använder för att ta hem signalerna.
Is this control 3?
There's someone with a headlamp running.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's got dark. It's hard to tell in the pictures like how dark it is. And actually, they you know, they're running quite late. It's well, I don't know, it's still the summer, but it's 7:15 local time. And that's it. Yeah, that's just control 3. So way back, looking into the 20s now. Taking another look back on the tracking, we're trying to get some of those leaders back again. Looks like Finland on the way to control number 9. We still haven't seen where Ukraine is, but Norway looking good to catch up. So too Sweden. Looks like they'll drop into control number 8.
Switzerland lost contact there.
Yeah, Switzerland have lost contact. They've got Matthias Kiberts on the final leg, the winner from the middle distance a couple of days ago. And France has dropped back quite a lot, which is surprising to see. Luca Basse, 4th place.
So let's see here. Let's take a look at the GPS. Finland going all the way to the north, around to control J. Same for Switzerland. Norway and Sweden with options G and H. Going more straight.
Even the Czech team with G there going a long way round. And now we've got some pictures.
This is
looks like our
Alexander
leading
Kratov
team.
from the Ukraine, all alone now. Finland punching
Not
there.
too far back, 16 seconds back.
Yes,
And
this is
here
Sweden.
is the Swedish team. William Lind. And yeah, he's caught up from 7th place at control number 3. Caught up now to be only 27 seconds behind. Kasper Fosse, of course, is on the Norwegian team there, only 38 seconds behind. He's caught up a lot as well. Caught up from being, although Sweden and Norway were around the same at control number 3, but they have certainly caught back up. And yeah, Kasper Fosse, I'm sure will be very instrumental on this leg. We saw him with a fantastic 3rd leg on the sprint relay to really allow Norway to take the medal that they did there. Here's Switzerland and Florian Høvald, their 2nd leg runner.
I guess that the option at control 6 to have J, the one to the very east, is slightly slower than the other 2 options. So he might have lost a few seconds there. If you look at the map here, I guess that's not
Mistake
the fastest
here, maybe.
option. Yeah. We noticed that he lost time going to the north there, towards control 5 there. That's where we saw that Bassi lost contact to the group with Norway and Sweden.
And you look at the time for between controls 3 and 5, losing 1 minute and 19 seconds. And Norway actually the quickest there between controls 3 and 5. And then goes around the bottom for H as well. So I think that route choice really being the reason why we've seen France drop significantly down the pack. The gaps were only about 1.5 minutes. If then you were losing 1.5 minutes. Oh, and was that a mistake then from France? Just kind of heading up the indistinct track, maybe. As we see the replay. I think good routes for Ukraine and Kratov.
And now they caught him. They're all together now there. So Czech Republic with the headlamp.
And there's that just to kind of see the map. It's only a very small head torch there that he's running with.
Yeah, it's only to read the map, especially when you get into dense green areas. I mean, it's as we by now know, it's a storm there. It's quite dark. It's 7:30 already. So it's if you get into these greener areas, more dense areas, it can be a good thing to have a headlamp just to read the map. Especially, I mean, the terrain here is very detailed, and you want to really be able to read the passages through the stones and through the cliffs, so it's very crucial to be able to read the map carefully.
And then we have this kind of false common control. So suppose if you have 10L or and then or M, then you actually split up to the next one. But actually, a lot of these leaders had K. Finland dropping down quite a lot after K. But then you've got to go around and avoid this area that's out of bounds.
Switzerland choosing to go to the south, same as France as well, having L and M. So now it looks as if Sweden is going very strong there.
Yeah, we've lost the Ukraine. There we go. We can just see them there, but it feels like this group are kind of catching. They must surely be really closely together. I think we'll get a next split time at control number 12. See whether they've managed to catch up Ukraine. I think possibly. The gap was kind of about 20 seconds back to Sweden. But this looks like it's brought them back again, and we've got that leading group of about 4, with Switzerland just behind and France behind them as well. So yeah, that group all together now, and it looks maybe Norway leading them out. Kasper Fosse has made good inroads for the Norwegian team.
And this is a very difficult situation now for the Swiss team. Big favorites, Sweden and Norway up in the lead, and they are about a minute behind.
Yeah, and just looking, the graphics there were just showing how well Sweden's managed to catch up. William Lind there and made some progress, but it is Kasper Fosse and Norway leading this pack now.
Coming up pushing hard here.
Yeah, really pushing hard. And I don't know where Ukraine.
Yeah, it's down there in the depression.
Oh, there it goes. Yep, just in the gap. So Norway now takes the lead. Finland and Sweden in there too. Ukraine just dropping back a little bit at this point. And here are the top 4 within 11 seconds now. We're looking for France and Switzerland to be our next through. They were about minute 16 behind the leaders at that point. France a little bit further behind.
And I think Switzerland will come from another direction there, but here with the leading group again.
Yep, no Norway in that picture, but we assume that Kasper Fosse has already gone through. There's Florian Høvald.
Still 1:15.
And now, you know, that leading group are together. They'll be able to kind of work together. They've not really, there's only one forking left. So, you know, how important is that to be in a group as opposed to Hervald being by himself?
Well, I mean, for them it's quite important because I think that they know that they are the leading group, so that's the most important information. And they also know that which other teams that are there. They know that Sweden, that it's Norway, and they also know that Switzerland isn't there. I think that's the most important information they can have. Then for sure they won't work against each other here in the middle of the second leg, because they still know you don't have to decide the relay on the second leg. You have to still work on to give your last leg runner a good position out.
Yep, looks like a lot of these runners going around, but not Kasper Fosse. He has gone straight, and you can see just the distance that he's managed to make out. That's just how long the line is. The distance he's managed to make, of course, running downhill out of control, number 13, compared to those others who are now closer.
He has 20 meters climbing left to the control if he isn't running all around there, but also then he has like 10 meters climbing left. But it's an interesting leg here that they are splitting up. It also shows that Kasper Fosse has great confidence in his physical strength.
So this is Miloš Nikdim. Wojciech Kral on the last leg for the Czech team. But yeah, big gap now back to those, I guess, the top 5, the top 4, 3 minutes behind. And with the really strong nations now in there, Norway, Sweden, it's going to be hard to pull that back up. And it's really hard to tell whether the forest is, how dark it is when you're actually there. It looks really dark on the picture. And of course we've seen people with head torches, but sometimes the camera can kind of lie a little bit, trick you a little bit. Those are the two different options. Kasper Fosse cutting closer to the line, and this is the route around the top. All these 3 athletes having taken the same one. Ukraine, though, dropping back again after kind of cutting the corner a little bit more. Kratov there on the second leg. See the other 2 runners much further over to the right, William Lind and Elias Kuka. And that's how they've been cutting across. France, Switzerland also going kind of more straight, but I wonder if they will cut back up one of those re-entrants a bit earlier. I think Norway almost gone all the way around. They're dropping down there into, Norway's just already punched and gone ahead by 25 seconds. Kasper Fosse, a good route there. Elias Kuka going into second spot. You can see the camera flashes down at the bottom.
It looked like a good old picture from Tia Mila or Jukkola from the night leg there.
It really did, but that's what this storm has been doing. I know they were a bit worried about some storms, maybe some more wet weather overnight as well. But Norway, heading down into the arena passage very, very shortly. Behind Florian Hervald, who has again cut across along with France, along with Norway. And here is Kasper Fosse. And will this be another really decisive leg for Kasper Fosse? He is caught up from being 2 minutes behind at the exchange to being 25 seconds ahead, and looks very, very strong here. Reading the map really carefully, you can see he's folded it really small after turning over just this very small section still to go. Here are Finland, defending silver medalists, and hopefully there is no issues with the map this time. Elias Kuka going round there. Liam Lind is also there too for Sweden, current bronze medal position. And Ukraine, after finishing the first leg in the lead, in 4th place at the moment. They have though front-loaded their team with their 2 best runners going first. Artem Panchenko will be their 3rd and final runner.
He was 1:15 behind at the 12th, so he has lost some seconds, 40 seconds actually. And now also Luca Bassi at the 14th control. Now more than 2 minutes behind.
Can't see anything. Yeah, that was clear.
He isn't, yeah, really not happy with the map there. That was at the 12th, I think.
Will be destroyed almost. We heard it also from Mika Kirvola earlier on.
Yeah, that's really not good.
No.
Should be able to have good paper quality at such races, and if you don't have the paper quality, then put them into plastic bags.
Although they look like they were in plastic bags.
I'm not sure about that.
But Kasper Fosse, I think he, going around quite a lot. This is a good choice, I think, to this leg. And it looks like I'll have one of the boulders here. Here's Switzerland, though. The gap's a big one. Behind the top 4. And yeah, look, you can see Florian Hovald has been losing a bit of time towards the end here between 12 and 15. Luca Basse here. He lost quite a lot of time on the route choice into control number 5. I think maybe playing it safe, but he too losing time kind of gradually through the last parts as well, specifically 12, 14. I think Kasper Fosse really executed that route choice really well between 13 and 14, and I think maybe some of the others not quite finding it very easy to lose time there. But here's the leader. Kasper Fosse looking very good. He's going to go very soon towards control number 17.
And it looks dark here.
It looks really dark. Well, you know, with the camera, it's still really hard to tell. But you know, I'm just looking out into the forest. You can't see very many people coming through there. Here's the Czech team in about 7th place here. Again, losing time, and they're going to struggle to be in with a shout of the medals here. Milos Nikodim really working hard, changing the map and folding it up to get the last little loop. The good support for the Czech team here, with the spectators having to kind of get tickets to get into the arena. Oh, and just to check for Florian Hovald to see if he can find the right route up. There we go. This is a familiar sight we've seen, climbing up this steep slope between the crags, between the cliffs.
Sweden, Norway had P, Sweden had P. Sweden didn't go around all together again. Seems as if the different options are quite similar.
And I think Kasper Fosse from Norway, they're trying to go in the same little gap that we saw Alexanderson try to go through. France also with P, Switzerland with N, which is good. And a little bit of splitting up there, maybe Sweden going slightly different route, maybe aiming off to the control 17, both aiming off in slightly different directions. And Norway, dropping down and going around for 18.
I think that's a good option to go around there. Attack the control from the north. Here he is.
But yeah, that's all the navigating done then for Kasper Fosse from Norway. He's caught up those 2 minutes and just punches the last control and is going to hand over to Eskil Skinneberg, who's very, very used to winning medals with the Norwegian team. So Kasper Fosse really fighting here. He's had a great run on second leg, really, really decisive potentially for the Norwegian team. And hands over there. Now we count the seconds. What is the lead? It was about 25 seconds, I think.
Very well played by the Norwegian team to have the, in my opinion, strongest runner in the team on the second leg. The tactics was to make a difference there, and Kasper Fosse for sure made a difference here.
Yeah, I think he really did. Elias Kuka here for Finland, followed by William Lind, who'll hand over to Gustav Bergman. Elias Kuka handing over to Olli Ojanaho. So here is second and third currently, silver medal and bronze medal position. Elias Kuka handing over, William Lind coming in to hand over to Gustav Bergman. Both of them fighting hard at the end of this. Will take change, and the gap has dropped again. It's a minute back now. So Finland are now 57 seconds behind. Sweden into 59th position. Ukraine there just dropping back from that pack, 109. But they have kind of front-loaded their runners. They've got the worst of the three on the last leg. So there is potential maybe for some of the later teams to kind of try and catch. We will see what happens, but you know, you never know. He's still kind of in with that group, those three together, and with a quick start could catch up, I think.
For sure, that will be his tactics now. Start as fast as possible to the starting flag and then hope to see the back of the other two runners.
Yeah, and Florian Hovald there, you could even see his SI unit flashing. I think as he rounded that corner and went through, he will hand over though to Matthias Kibberts, who really has got to try and start very, very quickly. Maybe he too will have tactics to try and catch up some of the others. There's Milos Nikodim being followed around there too. I don't know if we've seen any of them start with head torches though currently. There, Matthias Kibberts has. And he will hand over, so 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind Switzerland. So a minute behind Ukraine. Yeah, that's going to be quite tough to be able to catch them, and the bronze medal position as well. France now, Luca Basse having dropped back quite a bit, dropped from being third place and just under a minute down after the first leg. And Luca Basse handing over to Frédéric Tranchon. And they are 3 minutes behind. Milos Nikodim in 7th place here. And his head torch looking more and more distinct every time we see him, getting darker and darker here. Good choice there to hand it over. It's the second World Champs Forest Relay in a row where they've needed head torches. It was really dark in Norway as well. I remember lots of rain there too. And Milos Nikodim handing over to Wojciech Kral. In fact, he's passing the head torch on. Maybe they've only brought one head torch in the team because they thought they weren't going to need it. But
well,
3:41.
Exactly. My guess is that they only had one in case it's bad weather for the last leg, and then Nikodim just decided before the start that he also wants to have it on. So then you had it over.
Yeah. I think that's right. That seems to be what's happened. We're going to replay the beginning of these this third leg.
Yeah, let's see if they split up here. We have Norway going straight. We have Sweden going straight. We have Finland going to the north, and I guess also the Ukraine going to the north. Switzerland going to the north around as well. And Sweden starting in a really attacking manner.
Yeah, the gap was a minute at the changeover. It looks about a minute there too, if you look at the kind of the tails.
A bit less, and also kind of a longer way round to the north there. But good control picking there by Norway. Sweden on the way to the B control. Same for Switzerland. Kibbutz pushing very hard in the north. France going straight. Norway going for this middle way between the two different stone walls. Even going
down below the next one, I think, which is surprising.
That's really surprising if the GPS is right there. No problems for Sweden, no problems for the Ukraine.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of extra climb to be able to do that.
No problem there either. So Finland, Sweden still together. Switzerland on the way to the B control. France on the way to the A control.
Here's control number 2 though. And still the lead for Norway. Just looking steady at this point. And the gap, Norway to Finland, was 57 seconds. We will get the time check at the next control, not this one. Just being really careful to breathe. Oh, and even stopping there, just getting the route choice through to control number 4. That extra kind of out of bounds, making it a bit trickier, but heading down. Now we start the seconds counting, see what's happened to the lead. We've had anybody else yet through here. We'll watch in the background and try and see.
You said it, 57 seconds compared to Finland, 59 seconds compared to Sweden, 109 for the Ukraine. Here's Finland and Sweden.
And these two teams still together, even after them splitting up on the way to control number 1. But I think the gap will have grown. Yeah, so good start for Kinneberg.
Yep, very good start for Norway, for Eskil Kinneberg.
And you know, the Finland team, they're not, you know, the maybe as top performances individually, but together as a team, they've performed really strongly. They've evidently had some good relay training. They've had a tactic, and they're still in that silver medal position.
Very impressive relay running by Finland, both 2019 and now they show it again here. I mean, we have seen in the women's race the roller coaster ride by by Norway, and I mean there's no such tendency here for Finland at all. They're just doing great jobs all the way, and then I mean, we remember Kirmula on the first leg. He had big problems with his map, and still he managed to come back together with Ukraine there. Here's Matthias Kibbutz.
Yep, so the gap was 2:10 at the changeover. It's going to be more now. And actually, Frédéric Tranchant has caught up 50 seconds on Switzerland. So that was really good there from the Frenchman. As Panchenko in 4th place and has lost a minute and 20 seconds just on the first part of the course. And now Kiburtz and Tranchant on the chase.
And you could really see the light spot from Kiburtz's headlamp on the ground now, so it's it's dark out there.
Yeah, and it's only getting darker, I think, as well. So looking at the time from the exchange to the split, Tranchant has been the fastest by 12 seconds. Ukraine just losing 1:33, a bit of a mistake. Here's Wojtek Kral for Czech team, having done a head torch exchange. And they were 3:41 behind. It's going to be the same again. But, yeah, exactly the same even. But crucially not, so running the same pace as Norway, but not catching at the moment. In fact, it's Tranchant, he had the really, really fast start.
So here we see that Sweden and Finland choose to go to the south. Norway to the F option, right straight. That was good executed. So well, see, having control there. Sweden, yes, it seems so, but smaller problems for Finland. He has to go down there.
Yeah, and that D option's really proven quite tricky, I think, especially if you're running with someone who has E. It looks maybe like it's heading back there, maybe it's been punched.
Going now to the north. Here is Norway, Eskil Skinneberg.
Just trying to be very precise. He knows what the gap is. Try not to make any mistakes here.
And it's always the same pattern when he comes to the control. He punches it, stops, reads the map, and goes on.
Yeah, and when you're in that position, that's what you can afford to do.
Yeah, and I think it has also to do with the fact that it's getting quite dark. So he wants to be sure that he can read all the details and just double check that everything's all right, that he gets through all the passages between the cliffs and rocks.
So Gustav Bergman now in 2nd place, 52 seconds behind, so has caught up a little bit, but more importantly, maybe has dropped Finland.
He caught 20 seconds. Where is Finland? We've seen that they have done a mistake on this forked leg there. Small mistake, hesitating, then took another route choice up the north, and now I think we see them there. Back up on the hill, not anymore. Now again, it's a small mistake, I guess, if it's Team Finland.
Yeah, I think they've gone too far to the south.
Now coming closer again.
Yep, you can just see there.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Just really looking ahead to spot the direction out as well. So yeah, there you can see the live GPS with that mistake from Finland, and you can see that the track is very short as well.
And there Tranchant must have done a big mistake. Lost a lot of time compared to Kiburtz in the picture here. My guess is that he followed keyboards to control F, to the F option, to very east, then had to go back.
Yeah, that's tough. But then now you see that mistake from Finland, and that potentially within catching distance now, with it being the gap just kind of maybe being enough.
And Sweden going a long way around there.
Yeah, but they've got G, 6G, so
yeah, it's okay. But you could also
it's okay.
You could choose to go a bit more straight there, passing control 7, the green option, and then go more straight. But of course, that's an option as well here.
And Norway have gone around kind of to the north, out of control number 5, which is great. They've got J. But we've lost a lot of the tracking here, as we've seen in this kind of far end on all the legs. So it's going to be hard for us to say what's gone on with the teams. Got a lot of the teams, Ukraine, France, approaching the control 5. If I look on my other GPS tracking window, it's kind of working a bit better. Czech Republic there too, towards control 5. And I don't know if we've lost kind of satellite again. Yeah, it looks like we're back okay. And looking at these routes then through, this is a leg replay, a comparison of these. Looking at control time for controls 3 to 5.
Keyboards running around, stay on top. Oh, did he really go all the way to F? Hard to say from this GPS tracking. Wasn't very accurate. I guess he was there.
But big time losses for Finland, for France, for Ukraine between 3 and 5. So our standings there at the second split, control number 5. This is how it looks so far. Yeah, Ukraine dropping back from being 4th after the leg 2. And if you see 153 and then 226 between Finland and Switzerland, and it's starting, a bronze medal is starting to become maybe potentially catchable for Matthias Geberts on the final leg for Switzerland.
Of course, I mean, there are forkings coming as well. If he has the chance to see Finland at one point, then he might feel the chance to win a medal, and maybe Finland gets a bit shaky. 33 seconds, it's not too much here, but still it's half a minute, so it's yeah, it's exciting to see. I really wonder how dark it is out there. Is it an advantage? Is it a big advantage to have headlamp, have a light with you? Especially
I think judging from the fact that we can see it making marks on the ground, making marks on the map, I feel like yes.
But still, I mean, not everyone has chosen to have one. It can't be too extreme.
But maybe not everybody has one in their bag in quarantine.
I think everyone has one in the team, because that's something. I mean, they knew that its finish time will be around 8:15. If the weather is as it is now, it can be really dark. I think they are prepared for that, but maybe it's something else to have it on. I can imagine that it just feels a bit wrong to have it on in the World Championships race. They still remember the situation from Norway 2 years ago, where we also have seen a few runners running with headlights. And that's, Norway is far more to the north, so it should be a bit lighter there. We see the gap between Finland and Switzerland almost up to 1 minute again. Let's say 45 seconds. Norway and Sweden. This is a close call now.
Yeah, very close. I think that was a good route for Sweden through there. Here's Gustav Bergman.
Yeah, we haven't seen Norway there so far.
No.
Where is he? Here he is.
There he is.
I wonder if Gustav Bergman has seen that he's in the lead now. It's the same pattern again. Punches to control, stops to read the map.
And I guess, you know, he's taking the safe route, and that definitely is a safe kind of technique. But when you've really got to fight for a win or for the medals, then I don't know, maybe you need to be kind of a little bit more pushing it. But then you're taking a risk, you know. There's a big risk, it can be.
There
we go.
There's no reflexing tape at the control, so the lamp doesn't help too much.
I mean, yeah, I think just seeing the pattern that it's that the head torch is making shows it is pretty dark. So Sweden take the lead then, Norway in second. Finland in third.
It here. Sweden going to the north. There, same for Norway. Behind we see that Switzerland and Finland, they are very close now, almost together, choosing slightly different routes. They also have different controls. So Finland will go out to the path around, Switzerland going more straight to control 10.
Yeah, but then catching up to be 13 seconds ahead, the leading Swedish team. That's a really strong start from Gustav Bergman. And his Czech team.
My feeling is that his headlamp is a bit weaker than the one that Mattias Kimmich has.
Yeah, me too. You can see it certainly looks a bit smaller and it's really being used for the map. But you can see again, you know, just really closely looking at the controls there and trying to read the route through to the next one.
Both Sweden and Norway punch the control. Now they have different options. Sweden towards the L control and Norway towards M. They both have to round this cliff though.
Yeah, you've got those uncrossable features. You definitely don't want to fall down a crag. You've got the out of bounds area, just kind of adding that extra bit of difficulty.
No problems for Switzerland towards control 10, now heading up to the path. Will try to avoid this stony area. Finland heading down there on the spur.
Yeah, and looks like Switzerland going to go all the way around the top.
Trying to avoid this navigation through the cliffs and rocks.
Let's have a replay.
Yeah, we'll see how Matthias Kiburtz managed to get closer and in contact with Finland. It's very obvious that he chooses to go around, to run around whenever he gets the chance, Matthias Kiburtz.
And for anybody to run around, you'd bet it would be Matthias Kiburtz.
Here I guess that Finland loses a bit of time going down this green re-entrant towards the path. Here slightly different routes as well. That's where they split up to the different forkings.
Yeah, it looks like the rain's got a lot heavier. You can really hear it now, but it's so dark at the moment. Oh, just looking around here. And actually, yeah, a lot more. He's got to look towards his left because the control is up here more close to where the camera is. Maybe not going down and back up.
You barely see him in the picture here.
There we go. And safely into 12th control.
See how big the gap is. I think it was around 20 seconds before. Now it's a little bit more.
Yep. And maybe Schinneberg taking that more direct route down and up. I think it's a bit quicker. Safely into control 12, and I really hope we don't have more map issues towards now that this rain's got heavier again. That now becomes my next concern.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the map is quite tricky to read. Did he use the light of the SI card to read the map? No, he didn't.
Surely not. Surely it's not that dark. It's not. But going right back up out of that control. Maybe choosing to go by the field, maybe the darkness kind of having a little bit of an impact. If you're on the edge of the field, you can at least have a little look. Gosh, it looks so dark down here. Matthias Kiburtz is not the only one slipping and sliding.
And there we have...
There we go. Now into the bronze medal position, because there we've got Finland just behind. So Matthias Kiburtz climbing, yeah.
Gap to Norway is a bit more than a minute now.
So we're waiting at control 13 for the chasers for the bronze medal. And here's Switzerland. You can tell by the head torch. And both going up, though it doesn't seem like Matthias Kiburtz is quite happy with all of the leg at the moment. But if you're Olli Ojanho, do you go straight? Do you go the same way as Matthias Kiburtz? Do you follow, do you not?
Well, he did follow, so it obviously he did. But
would you follow?
I think it's too early to... If he still thinks that he has a chance physically, he feels good, then it's okay to keep together. I mean, they might have a chance to get in contact with Norway So it's for sure a good thing to stick together at this point and not risk everything already now. It's still a long way to go. You have this long route choice now, and then you still have the chance on the last loop to take some risks there.
But back behind the leaders. And Gustav Bergman, yep, running along this field. You can almost feel the moisture in this forest now, but look a really great route actually from controls 9 to 12, fastest through that section. That's what's put him in this great leading position. And now dropping down, we'll probably see the camera flashes go off at the bottom of the re-entrant by the control there. Control number 14. As we wait to see where the chase is. It looks like most people went up and around.
Norway went straight.
Norway went straight, yeah.
Let's see here, Czech Republic and France. France doing another mistake there. Kind of lost focus after a mistake at control 4. Again at the wrong forking here. No control over the situation at all.
And
staying
yeah,
at the same place all the time. Yeah. Still not having the control, I guess. No. That's a huge mistake. Oh, now he has it, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, because it went to the J is
exactly.
6 and then 7, yeah. But I mean, that must be a parallel error. You know, you're in one re-entrant, you've got to be in the other one, and especially when kind of coming up the big re-entrant up to the control, it's hard to know how far you are along there, but it's kind of losing at this point, and it has been gone. This is kind of at the top of the field. Eskil Schinneberg. No, it's not Eskil. It's Switzerland. Come on, it's Matthias Kibberts. I should have known by the head torch. Come on.
Where is Finland here? Don't see them. This looks crazy here. So dark.
It does look crazy. Really dark. No light getting in there. I think we've got thunder around here. Maybe we'll see some lightning flashes. Keep an eye out. But it's really proving tricky. Here's Finland though, and the gap. So yeah, 118 back to Norway. We've got 154 back to Switzerland.
36 seconds now between Norway and Switzerland.
Yeah, could be some potential for catching. This is what happened then on this long route choice.
See that Norway went more straight. Switzerland, Finland choosing to go around, and seems to be a bit faster to go around to the south.
And then also Norway doing a little bit of a curve round into the control itself, not going directly to it, maybe also losing a few seconds there, I think. So we can just see Norway have gone through, Switzerland going a bit more directly through there. I think it's probably good.
Maybe he can spot Schinneberg when he's coming out, or hear that he's close.
Yeah, he will certainly, I'm sure, get some feedback through here. But you can see the rain, see the head torch, and looking at the gap. We're looking at the gap, kind of down. Now 154, and I think that's a really Gustav Bergman's good route through from 9, all the way from 9 to 12. Here's Finland. And now we've got a big gap. Finland really dropping back now.
minuty za bronzovou medailí. Finsko vbíhá do posledního úseku, tedy čtvrté. A nás bude zajímat, jestli se ještě něco stane na posledních třech kontrolách.
So they've just got this last section to go, and it's not got any forking. Not that really any of the orienteers are close enough together to be able to use that or not, but Gustav Bergman just rounding around the bottom here. Eskil Shinneberg, you see the gap dropping back, plus 41 to plus 18.
And Gustav Bergman really doing a great job here in the lead. I don't know how many times he has been the decisive runner in the Swedish team now. At least 2 years ago, he did a great job on the last leg. I remember, I think it was the relay in Italy 2014 when he did a great job on the last leg again. And now he's doing a really great job here as well.
So that's a little replay of those second, third, fourth teams. And we've got Sweden in there. We have not got Norway. The only question mark now is whether Norway is going to get caught. Otherwise, I think, unless there's mistakes made, I think we're quite confident with the 3 medalists. I mean, Finland are not too far behind, but seem to not have the pace of the others.
There you can't go down, I guess. No, we've seen that before.
No. Yeah, we've seen that from Alexanderson. We've seen that, I think, on the GPS tracking of a few others, I think including Casper Foster as well. So you've really got to... No, I think choose a new route choice, I think. Here's Eskil Shinneberg in second place here. And here is Matthias Kubert in the bronze medal position. We'll see them both very soon at control number 17. I'm sure they just run around the top. Here's the Czech team though through on the arena passage into 5th spot. Wojtek Kral having caught up a few places, being 7th at both the exchanges. These guys are having fun despite the rain. And that's what the gap is, and the gap, looks like going to be tough for Switzerland to catch that up. Looking good for a silver medal then for Norway. After a very disappointing last relay leg, 2 years ago on home soil, everything just kind of seemed to fall apart for the Norwegian team. They've managed to get it right enough today, and I think really we can have a big thanks to Casper Foster for that storming second leg to put Norway in the lead at the end of that one. Catching up after a 2-minute deficit really will have given the Norwegians what they needed. Here are our leaders, and Gustav Bergman punched the last control in the forest, just got that one last control in the arena to go, and going to defend their title. A second medal today for Team Sweden, and they've taken all but one of the medals on offer at these World Championships so far. Team Sweden are running high. The confidence is infectious for this team, and they didn't have it easy. They have pulled it back. Albin Riedefeld on the first leg was kind of back a minute and a half down, 5th place after the first leg. They've managed to catch it up, and particularly Gustav Bergman on the last leg, really doing a lot of the work there for the team to finish with the lead, and another title for Sweden. Albin Riedefeld, William Lind, Gustav Bergman to defend. They'll just get the checkpoint. Yeah, it all looks fine. And of course,
another title and another 3 great legs here. I mean, we have seen 6 performances by the Swedish team members today, and all of them were just great. Of course, Riedefeld, he lost a bit of time in the beginning, but very importantly, he didn't lose time a lot of time compared to the other big favorites. So he was together with Norway, and he was in front of Switzerland, so that was very important.
For the Norwegians there with that silver medal, and they, I think, that middle leg from Casper Foster was really, really fantastic for the Norwegian team. Again,
Yes.
I think a complaint about map quality. Look, it is in a bag.
I don't think it's
think
in the bag.
It's
No,
in
I
a
don't
small
think so.
bag. Anyway, we are looking now for the bronze medal team.
It's a possibility that they have their own bags as well. We don't know that. I mean, we have seen the first leg with the problems. Every team noticed that. So it would surprise me if they would not have organized their own plastic maps if they wouldn't get any of the organizers.
Yeah, and the Swiss team as well. Just you can see Matthias Kubert's looking around. They know Finland weren't too far behind, but they have time for the whole team to run up and come to the run-in and finish. Look, it's 1 hour 53 with the whole team. I think a bit longer than they were expecting, and they finished there. The whole team together: Martin Hubben, Florian Hovald, and Matthias Kubert. And again, not an easy run for all of them. A really, really great race from Matthias Kubert on the final leg to ensure their bronze medal, but not plain sailing for the Swiss team. Congrats go to the Finnish team just outside the medals, Mika Kymmele, Elias Kuka and Olli Ojanaho as well. They were in second at both of the changeovers, so just losing a little bit after there. And now celebrations though for Sweden. I mean, I'm sure the whole team must be on such a high right now with taking home all but one of the medals. I mean, just to be a part of that Swedish camp, they must be absolutely buzzing, all of them.
Yeah, they had a great week so far. I mean, it's just impressive. They have Tove Alexandersson. She's just amazing in every race. But not only she's amazing, Sara Hagström did a great run today. Gustav Bergman did a great run today. William Lind, we didn't see him this week so far. His first race today, did a good race as well. Brought him back into the fight. I mean, it's just an impressive team performance, and when you look at the names they have in the team, and they even names who didn't make it into the team, then it's you just see why they push, how they push each other to such great performances at every championship.
Yeah, they've really got that depth as well that allows them to come away with 3 relay victories, really, because it does require great performances from everybody. And today the women's team didn't have to rely on a great performance by Alexandersson, anything like that. But Wojtek Kral is in here to finish off the job for the Czechs. They're going to be in 5th position. I think he's pulled up 2 places after 7th hand over. And just kind of thanking the crowd. It's not a medal today, but it is a top 6. And luckily the head torch managed to last for 2 runs, no problems there. In the really dark and tough forest and map. But yeah, good result there from the Czechs, I guess. Let's have a replay then from the last leg for our top athletes.
We see that Norway's in the lead still at control 2 and 3. Sweden and Finland together here. Here we have a small mistake with Finland not exiting the control, then a small mistake again at control 5. That's what we saw on camera. Also see how Matthias Kubert's getting closer and closer here compared to Finland. And then control 11 here, he gets in contact, and now from this point Sweden and Gustav Bergman just run away, push away from Norway, getting the gold medal again, and it's again a double gold in the relay for Sweden.
And it's also the same 3 nations we see on the podium for both the women's and the men's. The strength across the men's team and the women's team. And, we saw Ukraine leading, we saw France up there, we saw Poland up there at the beginning of leg 1. We thought, was there the potential of a little bit of an upset? But ultimately, it's the the teams we know with the consistency, with the depth in their squad, and those who were able to do that consistent orienteering that ultimately, after 3 legs, are going to take the medals.
I mean, I like the style the Ukraine lined up their team, because they had the strongest runner in the beginning and tried everything.
Another race, another goal for Sweden. Albin Ridderfeld, William Lind, Gustav Bergman. Albin, you managed to run a very strong leg, even with the injured leg. Very confident with your route choices?
I think it was really tricky, and I'm not sure I made the best choices all the way, but yeah, it was enough in the end, I think.
William, you started a bit in front of Kasper Fosser, but he managed to pass you. What happened?
Yeah, it was very, very fast. I did good, but maybe not perfect routes all the way. I lost him on the way to Arena Passage on a route choice, I think, so he was strong.
Gustav Bergman, excellent performance. What was your plan before the start?
Just to focus on my own thing. I know that a lot of things can happen in this terrain, and it's almost impossible to take 100% the best routes. So I'm just be calm and do my best. And what a boost to after half of the race pass Eskil and be in front. And especially when he didn't get my back straight away, and I got away right away. So that's a good feeling to run alone in the front.
Did you see each other on the course?
Yeah, I saw him. I passed him, and then he punched one control just ahead of me, and then we took different route choices, and I think I gained almost half a minute on that. I saw him coming down to the control after, and I felt like I had a quite good gap.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Well, yeah, Team Sweden will be ready to party at the end of these champs with taking home so many of the medals on offer. And I think what we have seen today again is we've seen people not having perfect races. It's so hard to do a perfect race in terrain like this. In terrain, we've seen kind of all these two quite different areas in the forest, but it's about not losing too much time, trying to minimize the mistakes as much as you can and minimize the route choice efforts, and really that's what they were able to do. I think that's Ukraine and France just in there. I wonder if we'll have a little sprint finish on here. And Artem Panchenko has had a fantastic run, really, I think, here. We saw Tranchon having really caught up at the first part of this race. The Ukrainian team are going to be rewarded with a 6th place finish, top 6 for them. France will end up in 7th. Tranchon just losing out on the last small section. And Germany here in for a 7th place finish. They were 10th a couple of years ago. Really strong result from Germany. They were up there a lot of the way. Felix Speth, Ola Hensler, Bojan Blumenstein in that, just edging out. Looks like the Latvian team or the Austrian team there. The Austrian team, in for the 9th place, still making that top 10, but look at the gap, 9 minutes back there now as the rain continues to fall. I think we will have our flower ceremonies very, very shortly. We'll be able to reward the top teams, but another kind of recap of the standings at the finish. And Ukraine finishing 6th, they should be really happy with that.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I really like that they went all in. They tried to be high up after 2 legs, and then, in my opinion, it's the only chance for them to be in the fight for the medals, and they were after 2 legs. So it's kind of the same for France. I like the style they were orienteering. They had a slightly different approach when they put Mathieu Perrin on the first leg. I was very impressed how he did his own orienteering, took his own choices, and did a good first leg. Unfortunately for them, on the very last leg, Frédéric Tranchon didn't have his best day today, so they ended up on 7th position.
Yeah, it's been a tough old day out in the rain, in the forest, and yes, I'm sure there'll be lots of more comments about map quality, everything like that afterwards. People won't be very happy. It got pretty slippery. You can see some kind of tracks out there, but in and amongst all the difficulty, I mean, the teams were so looking forward to be able to compete in this sandstone terrain, and they've really, I think, yeah, I think that those who ran well will really have enjoyed this race here, of course. And hopefully it was what people kind of wanted out of that. So
and they even got the chance to do some night orienteering here, so that's great.
Bonus night orienteering, exactly. So it's now night orienteering. Well, from the last two World Championships, it now seems like night orienteering is a part of the World Championships. So be prepared. Take your head torch. Pack your head torch for future forest races. But we will just having a look there over the final results for the women's teams. We're going to have the medal ceremony for that very, very shortly. And for me, yeah, Sara Hagström with a fantastic second leg for the Swedish team, really, I think, making the difference there. Even with Alexanderson on the final leg, that's where they managed to get a gap. Norway seemed to be plagued with mistakes, but really it's a massive credit to them that actually that they were able to fight back and get into that bronze medal position and recover from those mistakes that I think every single runner seemed to have. But ultimately, Czech Republic as well, you just kind of see a few of their runners there finishing outside of medals. So I believe we're going to have very shortly the flower ceremonies as we see some of the results from earlier. 2 more golds to add to the Swedish collection and only 2 more medals on offer in the long distance on tomorrow's race. So let's have this flower ceremony. We will award the kind of prizes for the results kind of made official.
This is the flower ceremony of the Nokian Tires World Orienteering Championships Relay Women.
And now they've got full squads up on the stage there. So we'll start with the bronze medalists today. They've gone one better than 2 years ago in Norway. It is the team from Norway, Maria Larsen, Camilla Stuyver and Andrina Benjaminsen. And fantastic results to come back from really quite tough mistakes for all 3 of them, as I said. Second place and silver medalists today is the team from Switzerland defending their silver medal, Elinor Roth, Sabine Hauswirth and Simona Abersold. And our winners today are new world champions, well, defending world champions as well in the women's relay. It is, of course, the team from Sweden. We have Lisa Risby, Sara Hagström and Tove Alexanderson to celebrate on top of the podium once again. But really good performances again all round, showing depths of really all of these 3 squads, and that is really what you need to be able to perform well. Get the orienteering just good enough to be able to take home a medal. Do you have a performance of the day?
Yeah, we were talking a lot about Sara Hagström. She did a great race today. She looked very confident in her orienteering. She was running fast, and yeah, it looked better compared to Sabine Hauswirth we've seen on the same leg. But it's hard to highlight someone in a team with just 3 very good runs. I mean, it would be wrong of Lisa Risby to take as much risk or to risk anything on the first leg. So in that in that case, I think she did a great job on the first leg, and everyone did a great job in this team. And I don't know, at the moment the team is so good, and you have such a depth in the Swedish women's team. I mean, compared to the team 2 years ago, they were able to change 2 runners, and still you don't see any differences.
No, exactly. They've managed to retain it. Only Tove Alexanderson from the team that won 2 years ago. And there's so much orienteering is also about confidence and about having the confidence to really be able to attack the controls. And with the results that Sweden's had this week, then you can really see how much it inspires the whole team to have the confidence to race well and to perform well. And I think that's really what we've seen throughout this whole championship. So congrats to the top 3 teams on the women's relay. And thanks to all of the spectators who've stuck around in the miserable conditions. Hopefully it'll be a bit nicer for tomorrow's long distance, where they will be back in this sandstone terrain again today. But as you would expect from a long distance, they've got a long way to go. It is long. They're going to have long legs. It's going to be a lot of climb and another tough day in the forest, I'm sure. They'll try and do their best, after a late finish day, to rest and recuperate and get set for what is really going to be a long day tomorrow. It's a long quarantine. The whole start window is really, really big. So they are going to be in store for a long one, the last runners out. So we're going to do our men's flower ceremony as well before we end this program. That's if we can round up the teams to get them onto the stage. If we can tear them away from their post-race interviews and post-race celebrations for these top 3 teams.
So we have 15 teams.
And then we move on to the long distance tomorrow, and a lot of comments, I think, when the schedule was announced, about people being annoyed the long distance was going to be the last race of the championships, with people maybe wanting not to kind of end the championships with that long distance on, let's say, less than fresh legs. What do you think about it, Jonas?
But I can understand it a bit, because the long distance in what was meant to be a forest championships is the most prestigious competition, and you have it at the very end. You have the relay very late in the evening. You have not many hours to recover from it and prepare for this very important race. I can understand it if long distance is your favorite discipline and you're... Oh, they were almost stopping at the wrong place here. If the long distance is the main discipline and this is your main goal, I mean, you would never race a race the day before your main goal in any other kind of competition or sports, and now you have it, and it's a relay, it's not an individual race, so I can understand it a little bit, yes, indeed.
So the bronze medalists today are Switzerland, Martin Hübben, Florian Howald and Matthias Kibert. It's been a tough day in the forest, but the gaps, the mistakes weren't too big. They ended up with bronze. In second place today, we have the team from Norway, Gaute Steiber, Kasper Fosse and Eskil Skinneberg. And really, Kasper Fosse today, I think, with one of the strongest performances on the men's side of things, brought Norway up into a leading position after the second leg. But again, to take another gold medal, and I think, again, all 3 of the team doing their job. Maybe so they've not had optimal route choices the whole way around, but it was enough to take the victory. Again, defend their title. The team from Sweden, Albin Wiedefeld, William Lind and Gustav Bergman, with a great run from Gustav Bergman on the final leg. He caught up Finland, he caught up Norway, and was able to have quite a significant lead in the end. 51 seconds ahead of the Norwegian team. And they'll be bringing again with confidence as they go into the forest again tomorrow. They'll know they've performed well in these sandstones. They've had good opportunities to train hard and be out here in the Czech Republic and learn all they can from the model races, from the training maps, and rewarded with the gold medal. They will be able to take a lot of confidence then into the long distance. And yeah, I think a lot of teams will be really excited, particularly about returning to the sandstones, about the concept of they know they're going to have lots of route choices to make. They know they're going to be choosing, maybe going quite far off the line to go round and run on some of the tracks and try and avoid the masses of climb that there could be on the course tomorrow. But those are our top three. Again, Sweden, Norway and Switzerland, all of those teams ended up with 2 medals after today's relay, but only Sweden with 2 gold medals. It's a fantastic performance all round from Team Sweden. So we will pretty much leave it there. We'll be back again tomorrow afternoon for the long distance. It's going to be another epic one in some very specialised and challenging terrain. So we will see you then.
See you.
And medal teams, Sweden, Norway and Switzerland. And tomorrow we have the long distance, very same arena, and we will be starting here at noon approximately, something like that, and finish approximately around 8 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Dámy a pánové, moc vám děkujeme za dnešní fantastickou atmosféru tady v aréně štafet v Heřmánkách. V cíli máme 16 týmů, pokud zůstanete a povzbudíte i finishmeny. Zbývající štafet budeme rádi, stejně tak rádi vás uvidíme ve stejné aréně zítra, tedy v pátek, kdy se běží klasická trať. Začneme zhruba v poledne a celé odpoledne bude patřit této královské disciplíně v náročných pískovcových terénech. Díky moc za fandění, bylo to velice příjemné i přes to počasí. Doufám, že jste si užili atmosféru světové.